the MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and the start, of course, of Group C action. Chris Mason alongside me to look ahead at what we've got coming up. We've got three players, of course, who are in action in Group A, dropping into Group C. Just quickly, of those three players, who do you think has the best chance in Group C? Because Gavin Carlin, of course, went 4 out of 5 on the final day of action in Group A yesterday.
Yeah, I think this today might be a similar standard for Group A, so I think they're all in every chance. Ironically, statistically, the top three players are the top three players that got through. Statistically, the worst three are finding themselves in Group C today and tomorrow. So, and of course, although the players coming in are fresh, they're also coming in a bit cold, and I think the advantage is with the three that have played. I think in the first initial couple of games, the advantages will be with Gavin, Arron and Nathan.
Yeah, most definitely. Let's take a little look then at the highlights from the final day of action in Group A. Of course, it was Colin Osborne who topped the group, and as a result, he has progressed through to finals night. But Arron Monk here, he played some good stuff yesterday, but it was ultimately his finishing that let him down far too often, wasn't it?
Yeah, he had spells of brilliance, didn't he? And then he had spells where he just sort of lost the plot and couldn't quite maintain the standard. And the same can be said about Nathan Girvin, where this man was pretty much across a level, literally throughout 3 days, averaging around 84, 85. His doubling stats, which were the worst of all on Monday, picked up on Tuesday and Wednesday, but of course by then left himself far too much to do for a top 3 position.
And these two players, of course, Dan Reid and Jelle Klaassen are the two that go into Group B, which gets underway tonight. And Dan Reid, incredibly impressive on days 2 and 3. Day 1, his scoring was phenomenal, but 2 and 3, that's where his finishing really started to help him out a bit. Put a lot of points on that finishing stat. Yeah,
and once he sort of got his head around, that's what impressed me most of all. You can often see someone on a Monday, they have a rough day on the finishing, and it'll sort of just bleed over into Tuesday and Wednesday, but he put that right, and well, he did the business, didn't he, getting a top 3 position.
He certainly did. We can take a look at the league table then. And an interesting one is Nathan Girvin, because that final game yesterday against Arron Monk, Monk, of course, if he'd gone on to win that, would have finished in 3rd spot, meaning Dan Reid would be in Group C. It was a really poor game, I think it's fair to say. Both would admit that, both averaging below 70 in that one. But Nathan Girvin, someone you know very well. I think the thing you'd pick up on most for him is maybe the board management. We know he's got the mentality, but sometimes that board management lets him down a little.
Yeah, I had a chat with him yesterday. A lot of low darts throughout the opening 3 days, and I said to him, just there's a couple of things you can do. Either stand off the practice board by the amount that you seem to be consistently under up there. There's a few reasons why you go under: a bit of tension, holding the dart too tight, too much activation of the tricep. And then I said to him, if it carries on stage, pick a spot over the 60, because the way his darts land, he's always having to run for cover, which causes its own problems, although he has been fabulous on the treble 18, has to be said, and the treble 19. Yeah, so there was a few things he can certainly improve on. But I almost get the feeling his mind's on next weekend, of course, where he plays in the final of the World Youth against a certain Josh Rock, who apparently is meant to be pretty good.
Yeah, apparently he's doing some numbers, as Barry Hearn would say. But Nathan Girvin, just a quick one on that. What's he like as a player in terms of taking that advice on board? Is he someone who's willing to take it on board?
Yeah, I think he's a typical 19-year-old kid. He'll listen whenever he's ready to listen, and he'll listen to what he thinks is best. But, you know, he's pretty open-minded. He's a very grown-up 19-year-old. And listen, when you see so much talent and you get to see it sort of behind the scenes as well, you know, I don't bamboozle him with too much information, just sort of little bits that I notice that I think he'll benefit from.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the bracket slide then and let you know how Groups B and C are shaping up. Group C, of course, another player who you know quite well is Wood, who's taking place in Group C, Tony Wood. You used to play with him on the circuit, didn't you, a number of years ago? We won't let you know how many exactly, but what do you know of him as a player?
Yeah, I used to share a room with him. We played pairs together. We travelled all around the world together playing darts. He was a very, very tidy player, and I think he, like a lot of us, you fall out of love with the game, and then as you're a bit older and a bit more time and a bit more money, he started playing again. He plays on the ADC tour. He's had a 9-darter this year. He's picked up some good wins, played some good matches, and it'll be interesting. I think it'll take him a few games to get used to the environment, because it is totally different than playing on the floor.
It is indeed, and someone who is used to this environment is, of course, Kevin Painter. We all know what he's capable of on a stage and in this sort of environment. And Nico caught up with him prior to this morning's session getting underway.
Hi Kev, welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. How are you feeling about your chances in Group C ahead of the next couple of days?
Yeah, looking forward to it, Paul. As I say earlier when I spoke to you, I haven't been doing too much. I played in an ADC challenge match last week, didn't go too well, poor game. I'm just not playing enough at the minute. I've got to get out and play some competitions and things and get my act together, because yeah, it's not been great, so I've got to up my game today. Is this where your preparation for the World Seniors Championship in February really begins? Yeah, I think so. I think things like this will help, obviously. Obviously, you can't play here every week. You know, it'd be nice if you could get down here a bit more often, but no, these are the sort of things that, it's good practice, sharpen you up and that, but yeah, I've got to do more all round, to be honest. You've never been afraid to make small changes within a campaign, like changing to a different set of darts, but today we have to say to all of our viewers, you've got one cracking pair of shoes on today. What was the motivation behind these bad boys? Thanks very much, Paul. No, listen, I spotted these and thought these would be nice, and so you know how it is. You've got to look good, so I'll do my best with them. You never fail to look good. Well, I hope your performances shine as much as your shoes do. Good luck, Kev. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So then, one player preparing for the seniors, one for a World Youth Final. They go head-to-head in our first game. Let's hand over to our commentary team to see who gets the first 2 points in Group C.
Many thanks, Abby, and good morning to everybody tuning in on Sporty Stuff TV this morning.
Welcome back, Nico.
Yes, thank you very much, miss. Good to see you again, pal.
And you, pal.
And interesting to see these two going head-to-head. If you think about 19 years ago, that was 2003. Only a year before, this man was in a World Championship final. That was, of course, when Nathan Girvin was born. Interesting clash of generations in this first game. And like Abby mentioned,
it was his birthday just a week or so ago.
So he's only just 19.
Yeah, and to make it even more sickening.
Game on.
But like Abby said, they've got great ambitions for Kevin over the next few months, for Nathan over the coming days, but how much
45.
Does he just have to focus on the task at hand now?
Yeah, he did frustrate me a little bit over the past 3 days, did Nathan, because we seen on many occasions the ability he has, and then his actual
100.
aura, or he doesn't give nothing away, but you can almost see that he's just not quite switched on. And like I said, a lot of that probably is to do with the fact that he's got such a big week or so ahead of him.
If you were to give him a piece of advice this morning going into the next couple of days, because of course if he doesn't make the top 2 in Group C, he will not progress to Saturday, where the pressure ramps up a bit more. But if you were to give him a one-word piece of advice
57.
for the next couple of days, what would it be?
Enjoy, and just enjoy it. Enjoy that stage time. Enjoy that, almost like a practice session.
42.
Just go up there, experiment with things. I spoke to Charlotte last night, and I said, it's all right having that attitude, but there's, he's guaranteed his place next week in the youth finals. He's not guaranteed his place in Saturday night's final, and his priority, financially, is qualifying for Champions Week, where there's £20,000. That's some serious money.
Yes, it is. Excellent effort from Kevin there to try and get the 134, but Girvin is on double 16 in a flash.
180. 80 in the leg as well from KP.
32. Gavin, you require 40.
Well, we've had our first Goldilocks of the day. Wrong bed for Nathan, and Kev's at tops. And takes tops for a very effective
Gavin
16
Painter.
dart start for him. He will be very, very happy with that. And did you happen to catch this morning just how shiny these shoes really are?
They
Second
are.
lag is
He does
Nathan
love a
the
pair of
first.
shoes, doesn't he?
Game on.
There are only
He is.
three things you can see from the International Space Station. One, the set of the Truman Show. Two, the Great Wall of
55.
China. And Kevin Painter's shoes.
And Scott Williams's. Wouldn't want them in the same building, would you? You'd get archive.
140.
Well, interestingly for me this morning, the artist is someone who has tinkered a bit with his equipment over the last 18 months. And he's gone back to what looked to me
120.
like a very traditional set of Kevin Painter dots. No grip,
Yeah,
and that ring-style groove, which is very well worked in.
they are old school. They could be a set of originals. I'm actually,
135.
I not feared, but I think Kevin it'll take him a while to sort of get up to speed because
60.
it's been a while since he's played any sort of serious competitive darts. But averaging 106, well, look at those. They'd look more suited at Strictly, wouldn't they?
180.
Strictly brilliant. Even 46 after 9. The scoring is definitely there this morning for Kevin, who was not noted as getting massively big starts in these sorts of
96. Gavin, you
campaigns.
require
No, and-
46.
And again, when you're coming in on the Thursday, you're coming in cold. Double 16 for an 11.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
game short in a second.
What
lag.
a start
Gavin
this
Painter.
is. From Kevin Painter, just 27 darts used to win the opening 2 legs. And
Third
I sit
lag,
up
it's
there with
Gavin
Abby.
through
That I
first.
think it'll
Game
take a
on.
while to settle in. Well, it took him about 30 seconds.
He just did something as well, which is very synonymous with Kevin and some players of his ilk.
22.
He would just graze his opponent when he's
And then
turning
back
around.
him up.
Yeah, and just say, "This is my space. Get out of my little zone."
140.
Peter Manley used to do that too.
Yeah, KP's he's old school. He knows all the little things. So you'll be sort of waiting behind him, and he'll every now and again you go, "Hang on a minute, don't try and rush me," and he'll back into you. And on the smaller stages, he almost backs you off the stage.
Well, who does Kevin Painter think he is? Ross Smith. He's got 3 180s and 3 legs. Unfortunately, he's only got potentially, the way he's playing, 4 legs in this match. If you don't know what we're talking about, Ross Smith the other day in a 9-leg match had 9 180s.
Broke the record, didn't he?
99.
By 2. It's not as if Girvin is playing poorly. He's averaging over 100.
He's getting involved with the maxis himself.
You require 130.
Look at those numbers for a Thursday morning at 9:43.
Oh, it's the bull as well. For a 12.
89.
I'm more shocked
Nathan,
it
you
didn't go in.
require 56.
First start at a double he's missed.
To get in this match, it's tops for Nathan.
36.
And he
Gavin,
may
you
rue that
require
opportunity.
41.
It was loaded with pressure though, wasn't it? Wasn't just one of them sort of free rolly type goes at a double.
2 16s. He's left this a lot in his career and taken it with success most of the time.
Yeah, that's game short in
And
a
his
third
doubling
lag.
stats in
Gavin
this game
Painter.
have been delicious. So far, so good. And there you see why it's so
Forward lag
delicious.
is
3
Nathan
from
through
4.
first.
He's had the same
Game
amount
on.
of attempts at the doubles as Nathan, but for some reason it just feels as if Kevin is dominating this game.
134.
And he is, and that's why. As good as a 110, isn't it? And 3 180s to
60.
boot.
Well, you mentioned those shoes looking like they were from Strictly. The first thing that I thought of was the Wizard of Oz. They were just the wrong colour. Imagine if they were red.
140.
Well, the Wizard is already through to Saturday night's final. And the other one went out last night in the slam against Barney. And what was a thriller, wasn't it?
140.
It was.
Not for the first time. Barnabard finding a way to win when his opponent has the higher average.
Yeah, Colin Osborne winning Group A and following the yellow brick Oki.
Literally.
So we will see Colin on a Saturday night, not for the first time. He has
60.
been to many a Saturday night with us over the last couple of years.
So has KP, but never really gone his way, has it, on a Saturday night?
No, 3 Saturday night visits for Kevin, and he's
95.
always finished outside the semi-finals. So there is definitely unfinished business there. But Girvin does have a Saturday night win with us.
Yep.
Now, I have seen in the past Kevin Painter
91.
have these kinds of
Later you
leads,
require
and he has
32.
let them slip. He does not want to let that happen in the first game in Group C.
Yeah,
You
that's game
won't
shot
want
in
to
the
let Nathan
line.
get his
Nathan
tail up,
Girvin.
because he is one of those players that can reel off sort of
Fifth
successive
flag, it's
legs
Gavin
in
throw first.
sub
Game
15
on.
darts. The average is now 105 Painter, 101.5.
135.
We'll just take 15 games of this for Thursday morning.
Wouldn't we ever? And the only column where
140.
Kevin is in front is the 180 column and the finishing column. 6-3 in tons to Nathan. 4-2 in 140s to Nathan.
80.
3-1 in 180s to Kevin.
Speaking to Kevin this morning, he was saying that he hasn't played a great deal of
92.
darts lately. Been taking a bit of a time out, supporting his beloved Ipswich Town.
They've
I
been
don't
doing all right, haven't they?
I don't even know how they're getting on, actually.
84.
You only worry about the tune scores.
Yeah, they're doing all
They're
right.
flying, in there.
Yeah, top 3 into Christmas. This feels like dreamland.
102.
Well, Kevin is dreaming of 202 and 6. That's the ideal start.
Maybe 4.
He did not take his eye off that
170.
bullseye, even
Later you
when
require 167.
he decided to take a brief step back. But watch out. Painter to finish this off in
99.
13 darts.
Gavin, you require 32.
I make this potentially his best ever performance.
Game.
And
shots,
look at that
and a
from
match.
Painter.
Gavin Painter.
If that doesn't inflate his confidence, I don't know what will. Because in his time with us, he has never played that well. In fact, he has smashed his personal best by 4 points. A 4-1 win with 107 average and 80% on the outer ring. An absolutely dream start for the artist. And Girvin, like you see, he didn't play poorly, but he will have to respond when we come to round 2. We've got Martyn Turner up against Arron Monk in game number 2, and that will be with us after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a statement from Gavin Painter in our opening game in Group C. A 4-1 win for him over Nathan Girvan in that one. By far his best performance here at the Super Series. An average north of 107 in that one. He started very well indeed, didn't he? Putting down a marker in the opening game of Group C with an 11-dart break of throw in leg 2 to really take control of the contest. Then wrapped it up with a 13-dart leg in there as well. Nathan Girvin didn't do a great deal wrong himself, but he was under enormous pressure from the outset because of Painter's clinical finishing in that one. As you can see, 4 out of 5 just missed the one attempt at double in the entire match. A superb start from him to his Group C campaign. Next up then, we've got Martyn Turner against Arron Monk. Arron Monk, of course, who we've seen in action for 3 days here at the Super Series already. A standout performer on day 1 in Group A, unable to replicate that consistency on Tuesday and Wednesday, though, and as a result, he finds himself, of course, in Group C for the remainder of this week. As for Turner, well, he reached the final of the Swiss Open back in June, but since then, he said he's been struggling a little for confidence, and Nico caught up with him prior to this session getting underway to give his thoughts on this campaign ahead.
Martyn, welcome to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. You did play in the Super Series venue in Southampton, but this is a new venue for you. How are you feeling this morning ahead of Group C?
I'm feeling really good at the moment. Yeah, it's absolutely superb to the Southampton venue, which, to be honest, frightened the death out of me for a while. It was so unreal, but yeah, it's superb in here. If you can't play darts in here, then put them away and try something else, I think.
What kind of expectations have you got over the next couple of days? Because you have got a lot of good form in the bank in the last 12 months, playing a lot of WDF darts. So what is the ambition for the rest of the week? Have you got your sights set on winning the whole thing, or is it just about playing well today?
Mainly, it's just about playing well today. I had to take a month out not so long ago, and it's put me back a little bit. So obviously I want to find a bit of form. I want to get through to Saturday night, like all of us do, and see where it goes from there. But yeah, just try and put a bit of form in.
I've got to ask you as well, because your good pals have been here prior to you, and are you trying to do one better than Darren Johnson?
Do I tell the truth or lie?
Please tell the truth.
Now, I've said all along, me and Darren started a campaign at the beginning of the year to qualify for Lakeside, and we've both done that. As long as we both achieve what we want to achieve, I don't care. As long as we both get to where we want to be, that's fine for me.
That's really great to hear. All the very best in Group C, Martyn. Good luck to you.
Cheers, Paul. Thank you.
Well then, good luck following in the footsteps of Gavin Painter from that first game. How do you follow that one up? Let's find out in the company once more of Chris and Nico.
I'd be really, really interested to see Martyn Turner in those shiny shoes. Definitely not his style. But the 53-year-old from York now comes to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth against a Super Series veteran at the age of 32. World Youth Champion back 11 years ago. Incredible. I just wonder if Nathan Girvin's had a word with him this morning, as if to say, how does it feel lifting that trophy? Because when he did, he beat a certain Michael van Gerwen, the greatest player not to have won that title. But I sense the pressure in this second game of the day, Mace, is fully on Arron Monk, because he's the one who's fully warmed up.
First
yeah, and as
leg,
we've
it's Modern
seen in the last
Game on.
match, it counts for nothing. Martyn Turner 13-8, Arron Monk 4-9, and I fully expected Nathan to
40.
beat Gavin Painter. Not turn out that way. I wonder if that trend will continue. It's a great start for Martyn with a 140. Looks confident enough, doesn't
58.
Yes, he does. He's always been a lovely chap to be around at
Him
darts
and Darren.
venues. He's just a really typical friendly Yorkshireman.
140.
It's unusual to see one without the other.
Yes, it is. That's why I asked him about it this morning, because wherever you see Darren, Martyn's around somewhere, but
42.
they've been separated by about 250 miles for the next couple of days. I hope they're feeling okay.
Well, I have suggested that to the powers that be that next year get them down on in the same session.
We could even have a full Yorkshire session.
Yeah.
Imagine if you get Chris Thompson back and people like that.
Yeah, I spoke to Tomo just the other day, actually. I spoke to him for, well, very much like Tony. I haven't seen Tony Wood, who's
90.
in action next up. Not seen him for probably 20 years.
Isn't this such a lovely thing to see these players playing in front of TV cameras and showing the skills that they still have. One of the great stories about the MODUS Super Series from this year, giving these guys this opportunity. Well, Martyn's had the luxury of going for the 25 there because Arron's not on a finish after 12.
I think what's inspired a lot of players is the introduction to of the seniors, of course, and this. So you know, you've got options now where before we had nothing.
Martyn, you require 40.
Even the thought of going back onto the Pro Tour makes me shiver.
Oh, double 10 for a left-hander.
Martyn Turner.
Someone else is good at that.
Seems pretty familiar for most players. You look at the likes of Ryan Meikle and James Wade and Mark Webster, and
game on.
It just seems to me like double 10 fits a left-hander's eye. Well, Arron this week
26.
finished 4th in Group A on 14 points, the same as Nathan Girvin and Dan Reed. And like you and Abby was saying this morning, if Arron had won his final game, he would have been playing tonight, not this morning.
Yeah, that was he was just, I think they were both out on their feet, really.
100.
And it was easier for Nathan to play that game because there was nothing on it.
Now, I've got something really important I want to ask you about Arron's game because we know he's got talent.
140.
But the one thing I've noticed over the last 18 months when he's played with us is that he has never really had the same set of darts every time. Now, he's had plenty of 180s this week. In fact, he's had 19, which is the same as Gavin Carlin and Colin Osborne, the most of the week.
58.
And he's had the best leg of the week at 10.
There you go. But
and he's used the same darts all week.
Well, that's quite unusual for Arron. But he always seems to go for what's fashionable, doesn't he? He's using a Nathan Aspinall dart
29.
here. And he's gone to the Condor stuff, the one-piece stem and flight combo. When something's a bit fashionable, he always gives it a go, doesn't he? No matter how well he's playing.
Yeah, and I think for him, this was very similar to the darts he's used. They've been this type of dart. But I did actually speak to him earlier in the week about it. I think I spoke to him on Tuesday, and I asked him the question. He said, as soon as I looked them, as soon as I picked them up, I did the combination with the stem. It's a 15 darter for Martyn, and he said, "I've not even thought now about changing them. He is literally set on this setup."
That's a very good sign for Arron. But what is not a good sign for him is that Martyn's got the darts in leg 3. And he's looking to get the same sort of start as Kevin Painter got in match 1. Maybe not to the same degree, but averages don't really come into it.
120.
And that's the kind of thing that was happening to Nathan Girvin in match 1.
Yeah, just had the odd important one on the floor. Yeah, this is a tidy
55.
start from Martyn, averaging over 90.
A fascinating thing in our first 4 players in this group, 3 of the 4 are using moulded equipment.
It definitely is. It's very rare now you see someone without it.
Yeah.
You know, I feel quite old-fashioned using a nylon stem with a normal flight.
Now, these one-piece things that they're using these days, which are incredibly fashionable,
99.
they used to be laughed at.
Yes. Yes.
Everybody thought, that's just cheap. That's not going to work. Now everybody's using them.
Well, they were the things that came with the cheap brass darts, weren't they?
Absolutely right.
So you literally unscrewed them and threw them in the bin.
Yeah, you don't say that anymore. Well,
have you tried them?
Not yet.
No.
82.
No,
Martyn,
I
you
haven't.
require 112.
Devin Peterson collared me last week and said, "Oh, I'll give you a set of mine. You got to try them." It's as if he's on commission. Well, Martyn Turner's playing like he's getting commission from everything.
72.
But he's over the bar there for the 3-0 lead.
Has Devon got you on the shoes yet?
I haven't gone that far. How's the double 10 for the right-hander?
Not as
No
good as
score.
the left.
Martyn, you require
None
40.
from 4 on the outer ring. Way more efficient, Martyn Turner. 2 from 5. Or is it going to be
30. Arron, you
What a chance.
require 20.
Yeah. 3-0's massive.
Yeah, that's
2-1, it's game on, and it is
Arron
a
Monk.
break of throw for Arron, a 16-dart break of throw. Multiple missed darts at doubles
Forward lag,
for
it's Arron
Turner
to
for
throw
3-0.
first. Game on.
If you are struggling with confidence, those kind of things can really be a setback.
122.
Arron's a player who has had some very big ups in his
60.
career. I remember playing him in a European Tour event in the quarterfinals in 2012, 10 years ago, almost to the month. Just a few months after he won
96.
that World Youth Championship. But if you think about what's happened over the last 3 or 4 years, he got his card back, then relinquished it quite quickly.
32.
He didn't retain it. Where is he now?
Good question.
He's like, where's Waldo?
Yeah.
100.
It's like trying to find him on a map sometimes.
I mean, he's still young, isn't he? In darting terms, he's still got plenty to do and achieve. As Martyn, it's a second 180. We have 4 in this one now. We had 5 in the... 4 in the first game. We're going to trump that. By the way, Nathan's 20. I robbed him of a year. When he gets older, he'd be happy to have that year less.
Well, Arron would be very happy with the 126. He's looking at double 6.
114.
That side of the board, he seems to be missing predominantly right by a centimetre or more.
And I know you had other things to be taken care of this week, but this week he's done a ball 5 ball on 105. 74, he goes double 17 tops. He's done an 80 with 3 darts in hand, tops. Yeah, he's been at it.
He's just giving himself the first monk of the day, because when he's not happy, he shouts his surname. He'll be very displeased if this goes in, which it does. And now he needs 3 straight to get the victory.
It's been a very interesting game so far. The averages very similar.
Game on.
Not bad, considering we've had a lot of missed doubles between them.
Do you think that kind of standard around the 87 will be good enough to make through this group if your doubles are good enough?
I think if your average is around 87, 88 come Friday afternoon, you'll be very close to the top. Like you say, as long as your doubling is, that an 87 average, when you put it into context, you think, well, that don't sound very good. But this short course starts, one bad leg. You have a 22 dart in there where you're both missing a couple of doubles, which can be done. We've seen it last night amongst some absolute brilliance at the Grand Slam. We've seen them chasing doubles all over the place. It can happen.
And just to paint a bit of a picture for anybody who wasn't tuning in over the last 3 mornings, Colin Osborne did average 87 and change. His doubles were just a shade over 36%, which isn't sparkling. It's just good enough.
Solid. And I think that's all you've got to be.
92.
And then like you say, you've got to sparkle at the right times.
Well, this is a really good approach from Martyn, who's getting the better of this first game of his day. Looking to have the ideal start, just like Painter. So I, like you, Mace, I was thinking
83.
that the guys from Group A would come in and maybe boss the first couple of rounds, but this 52 is for the second win for someone who's making their debut of the week.
36.
We'll have to wait
95.
to see if Arron can keep himself in it with a 95. Oh, look north. Well, you can pick 55. The bones out of that one.
Martyn, you require 60.
As to whether that was the right route. Ultimately, he couldn't execute. Can Turner? Yes, he can. He converts for a 4-1 victory. Not a classic performance, but one of those 87 averages that can get you across the line. His doubles at 26% weren't at his best, but you can see at the end of that match what that meant to Martyn. That might just feed his confidence for the rest of the day. He'll have a little break before he comes back to take on Nathan Girvin in match 4. But before that, we'll get a little look at Tony Wood for the very first time. And when we come back after this break, you won't miss him.
Welcome back to the live lounge where Martyn Turner has just got the better of Arron Monk by 4-1 in his opening game of the week. Turner said he was feeling nervous, didn't he, prior to that match, but in the opening 2 legs he certainly would have felt far more settled. A 15-dart break early on, and he looked very good indeed against Arron Monk, who certainly wasn't playing badly, but just like in his opening few games yesterday, scored well, but just not clinical enough at the back end of legs, noticeably frustrated, and Turner took advantage to seal a 4-1 victory. Of course, neither overly convincing at the back end of legs, but Martyn Turner certainly doing enough to get a convincing victory in our second game of this morning's session. Next up then, we've got Tony Wood against Gav Carlin. Gav Carlin, who certainly should be coming into Group C full of confidence, given that he won 4 of his 5 games yesterday in Group A, and showing that level that we've really come to expect from Carlin here at the Super Series. He takes on Tony Wood, who's making his debut here at the Super Series, and Nico caught up with him prior to this morning's session getting underway.
Tony, your first time here at the MODUS Super Series. How are you feeling this morning ahead of Group C?
First time here, fantastic venue. I just hope all the preparation I've done, I won competition at the weekend. So yeah, I'm in a rich form, so see what happens.
We've had a few players from the northeast of England representing themselves here at the MODUS Super Series. Are you aware of what they've done, and are you looking to go on better?
Yes, Adam Atkinson played fantastic here. Colin, fantastic yesterday. Yeah, I would love that. Of course I would.
Do you think there's any pressure on you over the next couple of days? Because there may be a lot of people out there who haven't heard of you before, but is this a chance for you to make a name for yourself, or just a chance for you to have some fun? Because you've been playing this game a long time, haven't you?
Yeah, 35 years now at every level. Fun, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I don't want to be too nervous going in there. Obviously, I've played all sorts of levels of darts. I've got no expectations. I just want to... I'm 55 now, so if it goes, I'm over the moon.
Well, have a great time and good luck in Group C.
Thank you very much.
Well, with a shirt like that, you'd never be able to guess that Tony and Mace are friends, would you? Let's get into this one then. It's our third match of the session. Guys, back over to you.
Many thanks, Avi. Yes, that is a dart shirt. And if you are looking to design one for yourself, this is the kind of standard you've got to live up to. Well, Gavin Carlin, have you brought your sunglasses? You might need them in this game. The one thing he is very happy about this morning is the ability to wipe the slate clean. Gavin, who finished at the bottom of Group A over the last 3 days, now takes on the 55-year-old from Gateshead, the other side of the River Tyne from Newcastle. Many a great dart player from Gateshead. He's got a bit more of a twang from the County Durham area, though. Don't be too fooled.
First leg, it's Tony to throw first.
But Gavin will definitely be the favourite in this one. I'll be fascinated to see what kind of start Tony can get in this match. His first match with us here at the MODUS Super Series.
Well, he's bound to be nervous. I don't know how he feels.
One
Well,
on an
he looks
M40.
very comfortable, doesn't he? What's going on in that practice room?
Well, he did say in that small interview that he did win a competition at the weekend, and there's no better preparation than winning.
One on an M34.
Nothing like genuine. It's right in everything in practice, but when you've got proven and genuine confidence, there's nothing better.
I was talking to Kevin Painter this morning at around 7:30, and he was talking about the fact that he was looking for competitions to
One
go
on
to.
an M40.
And he said, I can't believe how many tournaments there are in the northeast of England at the minute. And one of the reasons why Tony Wood is here
81.
is because he's taking part in a lot of those. And
Yep.
he's getting results.
Yeah, he's doing a lot with the ADC, who have collaborated with us here at the Super Series. Also done a recent collaboration, and they're
55.
introducing a women's series as well, aren't they?
Yeah, they're definitely dipping their toe into that water, which will hopefully bring us more Fallons and Lisas
100.
and Bows. And the women's game has never been more talked about. And
Well, I don't think the amateur side of the sport has ever been better.
agreed.
in terms of how it's organised, the opportunities on offer. I mean, years ago, you had one, maybe 2 chances a year to appear on television, and that was the World Masters of the Worlds. And you know, you had to reach the latter stages of the World Masters, and you had to qualify for
62.
the embassy.
Tony, you require 74.
Now the
Well,
scoring.
now, if you're the best player in your region, you can get a place here at the Super Series.
That's not the worst miss in the world.
No.
Because that gives you options to leave the outer ring instead of having to go for the bull. He's going for the open tops. I like this play.
Yeah,
And he
that's
will
game
like the
short on
results.
first leg.
Starts with a
Tony Wood.
15 darter. Just keep that going, Tony, and you won't go far wrong.
No, you won't.
Second leg, it's
Well,
Gavin to
that's,
throw first.
It's lovely
Game
to
on.
see, because in that interview, and it was a great interview by you with Tony, I could even hear the nerves in his voice. He
77.
didn't look comfortable, but he certainly looks comfortable on the hockey with 3 darts in hand.
Well, what's fascinating, Mace, because we can talk about this as players, is that there are so many players out there who dread the interview more than the playing aspect.
Yeah, they get more nervous about it. I
66.
remember when ITV did the slam, and obviously it's only night sessions throughout Monday through to Friday, and
60.
we used to do a lot of features with the players and interviews, and you would think we were asking them to do a skydive or a bungee jump. They were absolutely petrified.
And now Tony can do what he's most comfortable at.
And speaking of Painter, I'm not sure if you remember this one from the slam, but
60.
Ned took him to all these different places around Wolverhampton. He was like, "Do you like it?" He went, "No."
I remember that.
Remember that? It was absolutely brilliant. A bit of a skit, but it was really good. It's on YouTube.
85.
Well, Gavin Carlin this week has racked up 5 wins from 15 matches, which ordinarily we'd say it's a pretty ordinary week, but yesterday he was much improved, so he's definitely trending in the right direction, and that's why a lot of people fancy his chances of making it through this group,
59.
because 4 wins yesterday doesn't lie, and the fact that he's the only person in this group to have won part of a Super Series. So
100.
in Super Series 1, he was the winner of week 10. Somewhat fortuitously at the end, we could possibly say, but a win's a win.
Yeah, and he's got better in small increments, which I prefer to see rather than a player sort of
83.
play poor, then have a good day, and then the next day sort of back to where they were. He's just steadily improved, and that's the name of the game. When you come in for the
59.
full week, which I mean starting on the Monday morning, you know, if you don't fire out of the blocks and win Group A, just improve.
His doubles percentage this week has been acceptable at 33.33.
81.
Exactly
Gavin,
one
you
of every
require
3 hit.
120.
Well, especially when you look at day one, where he was on day one, those numbers were nowhere near that.
100.
Just misses
Tony, you
tops
require
to level
152.
Things up. Tony's looking for a bit of a haymaker here.
Yeah, day one, Gavin Carlin's doubling was 25%.
Hold the phone.
120.
What a great attempt that was. I
Gavin,
didn't
you
even think there was any
require
room under that first start
20.
to get that second 60.
Day two, he was 27%. Day three, he was 52%.
Yeah, that'll get it done. But he's thinking over this double 5.
10. Tony, you require 32.
And he's starting day 1 of Group C, more in the vein of day 1 in Group A.
Correct. Once you get beat early, especially in these
Yeah, that's game short in the
Group
second
B's
leg.
and
Tony Wood.
and this Group C, don't have that recovery time. It's only over 2 days.
Third leg, it's Tony to throw first.
Well, both
game on.
you and I have got a bit of history with Tony Wood because you used to play with him in the 90s and early 90s, and I actually used to play against him in Super League for years. He was in the Northumberland Super League, playing for one of the teams around Gateshead.
Did you play county with
140.
him?
No, Tony used to play for Tyne and Weir,
That's right.
and I used to play for Northumberland. But we'd always rub shoulders at local comps in
60.
places like Blakelaw and Bedlington, the home of the Dobie family, of course, and Callan Rids, but always been very well respected, and he's always had those 3 words next to his name: hard to beat.
43.
He's had that same action for the best part of 3 decades. It's never changed. But you can't say the same about Gavin Carlin, because when he joined the tour about 3 years ago, he was quite slow.
Yes, he is picked up.
Such a lovely angle of entry for both players. Identical almost.
140.
He's all right on the 140 so far. He's got 4 of them to Gavin's 1. And this is a steady performance so far. And in this format, looking at the average after a couple of legs and maybe after 4, it's a good gauge as to where they are.
Anything over 90 is quality. Anything over 90 competes with anything up to 99.
There's something old school about Tony as well that
100.
I kind of dig, because he has that old school deliberate action, almost like Ronnie Baxter, where he delivers it side hand. And then you look at his darts and you think, you don't see many players with knurling anymore.
It's just not complicated. You know, I think back in the day we just didn't overcomplicate things. We'd stick with the same darts and the same setup. Double 12 for a 14 darter and a 3-0 lead. Clinical from Tony Wood. And this is some start from the 3 players just coming into this Series 2, Week 4.
First, game on.
Well, you wouldn't have predicted this, would you? These are coupon busters.
I tell you one thing, if we were putting a coupon together 57. This morning,
we'd have been... well,
let me just look at the bottom of the bin.
Well, I genuinely would have had... I mean, if he wins this, I would have had Nathan beating Kevin, Arron beating Martyn, and Gavin beating Tony.
100.
Just by virtue of the fact that, especially with Tony on debut, and he's not played in anything like this for
90
since the UK Open, early 2000s.
Yeah, 19 years ago, around about the time that Nathan Girvin was born. It's the second time I've made that pun today, so I've probably run it out already. But I don't think anybody, possibly in the history of this event, or ever again, will have a debut like Cam Crabtree last week.
No, it was remarkable, wasn't it? 115.62 on debut, 18 years of age. He is definitely 18. Yeah, it was remarkable. And then, the effects, you can actually see it unravel in front of your eyes. And then, fortunately for me, backs it up with another 100+ average. So it just shows you that the talent is there. And there's nothing wrong with that. You could have put them inside the middle of a polo mint.
This is the stuff of nightmares for Gavin Carlin, but the stuff of dreams for Tony Wood. Treble 19 would have left him double 12 again. Oh, he's decided not to go for 12 in bull. Confidence exuded 49. As he misses his first match start at double 16.
Well, in fairness, Gavin's done nothing to suggest he would take out the 151, but
137. Tony, you require 32.
Dead cat 137 to leave the double that barely anybody likes. But Tony has match start 3, double 16 now, and takes it for an excellent debut performance. And round 1 on Thursday morning belongs to the newbies. The guys who came from Group A, they haven't done themselves any favours, but the thing is, it's 10 matches in Group C. That's just one of them down for everybody. And 95.43 with 50% on the doubles. What have we found with Tony Wood? It's going to be Nathan Girvin against Martyn Turner. 2 players looking to get 2 more points after this short break. Could be a really interesting match, so don't go far.
Well, that's not a bad way to mark your debut here at the Super Series, is it? Tony Wood with a 4-0 win over Gav Carlin in our third match of this morning's session. And that, of course, means that all three players from Group A have now lost their opening match in Group C. The lads in commentary mentioned that Tony would have been slightly nervous coming into this one, but he settled very quickly indeed. And as you can see there, an average of 95.4 to get his campaign up and running. 50% checkout success as well for him. That'll certainly settle any nerves that he had. Gav Carlin not playing too badly in there, but that was more like the Gav Carlin we saw on Monday and Tuesday. Not doing too badly in the scoring phases, but his finishing letting him down once more. He'll have chances to put that right a little bit later on this morning though, but now it is time for Nathan Girvin against Martyn Turner. Of course, Nathan Girvin losing his first match of this morning's session. He is the bookies' favourite to get the 2 points in this one. He averaged just shy of 103 in his opening game of this morning's session, but that of course wasn't enough to compete with Kevin Painter, who delivered the performance of the week so far in that opening match. He takes on Martyn Turner, who picked up his first 2 points of the week in that opener against Arron Monk, of course. A superb performance from him in that one. Can he keep that winning feeling going in his second match of this Group C campaign? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Many thanks, Abby. A really interesting thing about this first game of round 2 is that one person has won 2 points this morning, one has not, and the person who didn't had an average 15 better than the person who did. So, if that's not proof that averages lie, I don't know what is. But the 20-year-old from Arbroath, the same neck of the woods as, I suppose you could call him the great Alan Suter, because he's playing in the Grand Slam later. Could be a big day for Arbroath if Alan does well, and if Nathan can get back on the winning horse here in his second match of 10 in this Group C campaign. Martyn in a very fetching bit of red, but of course he is from the White Rose County. So it's England versus Scotland here in match number 4.
Well, I expected a slightly different reaction in terms of the odds in this one, but they went 1-3, Nathan. They've not learnt. They've gone 9-4, Martyn Turner.
60.
That was an incredible opening 3 matches with all 3 of the outsiders winning. And not just winning.
140.
There was a 4-1, a 4-1, and a 4-0.
Just the personification
43.
of domination, which has a bit of a ring to it. Well, just remember, everybody,
Glad you said that.
if you are having a bit of a flutter this morning, please gamble responsibly. Over
84.
18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information.
Only gamble what you're going to fall to lose, because that is what's going to happen.
140.
Well, is this the point of the day?
Although if you've won money so far today, you're mental.
If you've won money today, you know something we don't.
97.
There's a job going here.
Well, Martyn does not have the darts this time.
44.
The players will have the darts 5 times
40.
and not have the darts 5 times over the course of the group. No bull-up. Nathan Girvin goes for double 10.
30.
And leaves himself stranded on double 5.
And of course, the game's reversed tomorrow, so our final match today, which is Nathan Girvin against Tony Wood, with Nathan having the darts. Tomorrow morning it'll be
10.
Tony Wood with the darts against Nathan, and it will be match number 1.
That's game short in the first leg. Nathan
is
Girvin.
a 16-dart hold, and that will make him feel a whole lot better.
Second leg is Martyn to throw first. Game
I know we're going to talk about the World Youth Championship final next week quite a lot with Nathan, but if you think about
100.
his career to date, up to the age of 20, the amount of experience that he's gained in his teen years is quite astronomical. And
57.
at the end of next week, no matter what the result is, he will have played in 3 World Youth Championship finals, albeit 2 of them at Lakeside,
131.
against 3 of the top-ranked youth players of this generation. Leighton Bennett, Justin Van
57.
Tergouw, and then Josh Rock. And you think, he could be in more World Youth Championship finals in the next 3 years. But why does he always get the top
123.
ranked person?
Yeah, and he played in that Zuiderdown a few years ago in the Boys Championships, which of course was
59,
an invitational
Martyn
thing then. I
Turner,
think it was about 13, 14. And he played Jared Cole in the final, another absolutely incredible youth player, and now
83.
an incredible senior stroke youth player.
Yeah, I like
Have you seen it? It's on YouTube.
128.
I'll
Martyn
just
requires
pop it up for you
64.
to have a look, because they've not changed a bit, just smaller.
Yeah, that's game
that's
short in
a
the second
beautiful
leg.
64
Martyn
out
Turner.
for a 14 darter there for MT. And he's nothing
Third leg, it's Nathan throw
in the
first.
shape of empty
Game
in the way of legs, as this one is levelled up at 1-1. I always think it's fascinating to watch players when they're young and
100.
see how they look when they get older.
And how the evolution of their throw.
Oh yeah, I was caught down the YouTube
100.
rabbit hole about 2 months ago, and I found a game between Dimitri Vandenberg of Belgium and Roby John Rodriguez, who are both now top elite pros, but they were both
43.
kids. And I'm fascinated by those games. As far as Martin's concerned, he's been around a lot
140.
of the last 10, 15 seasons, playing a great deal of great seasons, but I suppose you would have to say that 2021 and 2022 have been maybe his best years?
Yeah, for sure.
45.
Results don't lie. Mace has just given me a peek at what Nathan was looking like in that
100.
Zuiderdown match against Jared Cole. And you have seen a lot of JC, of course, with us.
85.
He's had some success, and Girvin is looking to have the same sort of success.
Well, I'm a great believer that why it's so important to work with players in the early stages, because
131.
to get the fundamentals right, because a player's throw and action is pretty much set in stone. And we're literally just looking back now
36.
from just over 5 years ago with Nathan against Jared in that final, and their throws have not
that's
really
game
changed
short
a
in the
bit.
third leg. Nathan Girvan.
Well, things have changed in the game with Nathan taking the lead. He has fiddled with his throw a little bit over the last few years, trying to get different angles of attack. But he seems to have reverted to his original angle of attack, which does seem to suit him better, especially from a scoring perspective, I would say.
Yeah, it's just getting that dart to sit up. The only concern, which hasn't been too prominent so far,
140.
is the low darts. And when you have a dart that sits up, it's beautiful when it's in the lipstick. When it's below, that's when it becomes a bit of a problem.
Now, are you an advocate for a
45.
training dart? Because I've tried this with certain people, that if they get that dart right there, in my opinion, there are two things you can do. I like what you said about envisaging a
57.
target slightly north of the treble 20 bed. But there's also another thing you can do by getting the exact same dart you've got and get it heavier. And it just gets you in the mold of
60.
throwing something slightly heavier, and it trains the arm to throw it a bit harder. So maybe that's something that Nathan can do. But even with a dart in the 60 here, he's having to adjust because he has had a couple of fallouts today. He doesn't want to rattle that one
90.
too much, hence the switch.
Yeah, I think where the problem comes with Nathan is the acceleration through the forward motion of the throw, and you would think, oh, well, I'm throwing it harder, it'll go higher. It's actually the opposite effect, because the weep of the dart when it leaves the hand and it just sits up, because that's got no aerodynamic qualities, it actually slows the dart down, so it lands lower. So I've said to him, listen, just stand 44. Off the hockey a good inch
You require 148.
and just slow that down. And once you feel that you're going over, it'll be comfortably at the back end of your throw. You won't feel like you've got to be too overly aggressive. Double 14.
Yeah,
And it's a 3-1 lead.
Nathan
Getting things right with that 15 darter for sure. That's the kind of thing he needs over the next couple of days. And he'll be
fifth
far pushed
Nathan to throw first.
to find something more sweet than that.
Yeah. But again, you know, he's a very young player, and you know, the work's been done with him with Alan Souter, of course, who
60
has got that wonderful academy in Scotland, and he has spent so much time with Nathan. And for me, it's just sort of observational
60.
things. You can see things, or you know them because you've done them yourself. You know, I've had it where in the early part of my career, I go into a practice
41.
room, and whichever board I felt the most comfortable on was the one I practiced on, which is completely the opposite thing that you should do.
Absolutely. I remember once
60.
Dennis Priestley walking into a venue. I was standing there with Justin Pipe and Mark Webster. We were the only people in the practice room. Dennis walked in with an overcoat on and a tape measure. He measured them all, and they were all wrong.
Yep.
And if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have had a very good tournament, because I made adjustments, and that taught me a lot. And just on what you've
41.
said, I always went to the board that made me feel uncomfortable, because I thought if I can play well on that one,
Yep.
I'll play well on the match board.
Absolutely. And as a rule, I don't know whether it's just because of the
77.
lights or the environment or the size, a stage board always feels long. So my advice is always find the longest
94.
board in the practice room to practice on, and even stand off that one a little bit.
Gary Robson told me as a kid, when you're at home, have your board about maybe
41.
half a centimetre high and practice from about half an inch back.
Yeah.
Great advice.
Well, you can adjust.
60.
We can adjust down as players. We can take something off, but putting something on it, you'll see that the shoulder will start to come in. You'll over accelerate in the action. Your timing on release can go a little.
140.
There's a bit of spirit in that one from Nathan, looking to
Confident.
reverse the result from match one, where he was beaten by 4 legs to 1 by a
100.
rampant artist.
Nathan, you require
Well, this is good
50.
in terms of the leg difference, isn't it? This is the best possible response.
Wants to get it done,
Game.
and it's
shot,
dusted
and a
as
match.
well.
Martyn Girvin.
Not his best leg of the match, but a brilliant result for him, which does wipe out that negative leg difference that he found from his first game. So he will feel a bit more chipper when he goes to the practice room with 3 matches to go today. That is an average almost 20 less than his first performance, but he does get the win. Checkouts were excellent, and that 148 was a definitive highlight of that 4th game of the day. Gavin Carlin and Kevin Painter will come back to the hockey to finish up our first third of action, and Painter will be looking to continue what he did in match 1. What a sight we saw in match 1. Will we see it again after the break?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Nathan Girvin has just come through with a 4-1 victory to get the better of Martyn Turner and get his first 2 points on the board in Group C. Girvin with a perfect response to his opening defeat. The youngster producing moments of magic to take control of that contest. As you can see, a superb 148 checkout to go within one of the match. Some good scoring in there, but it was really all about his finishing in that one. 44% checkout success in that match, and he certainly put yesterday's disappointment behind him, really showing that maturity that we've spoken so much about already this week. Next up then, we have Gav Carlin up against Kev Painter. Kev Painter, the player who's put in the performance of the week here at the MODUS Super Series so far. Here we can see Gav Carlin from earlier in the week getting the better of Arron Monk in that leg with that 110 checkout. But it is, as I mentioned, Kev Painter, the one who's really set the standard in this morning's session. Here we can see him wrapping up the victory over Nathan Girvan with a perfect 170 setup shot before going out in 13 darts to get the better of him in that one. A 107 average, just the 1 dart missed at double in the entire match there. And he's now taken on an opponent in Gav Carlin, who failed to pin a double in his opening match of this morning's session. So then, can Kev Painter replicate that performance? It's going to be pretty hard to, isn't it? Let's find out in the company, once again, of Chris and Nico.
Yes, Avi, it will be very, very difficult for Kev to replicate what was a personal best performance here at the MODUS Super Series. But someone who thrives under confident circumstances, I'm sure he will fancy his chances against Derry's Gavin Carlin, who is the only person today not to register a leg. He won't want that to continue, that's for sure. But Kevin, 55 now. Definitely classed as a veteran, but still has some gas in the tank. Just getting the last few practice darts out of the way as the artist will take on the cannon. I just love darting
First
nicknames
lag,
these
it's
days.
Gavin to throw first. Game on.
At which point are we going to run out of darting nicknames? Well, we might actually have done so, because people are starting to replicate darting nicknames like the Iceman and all that kind of thing.
Yep.
I suppose we shouldn't
The
bring
Wizard.
that up. How many wizards have we had? How many dynamites have we had? Well, one thing we know is that we've only ever had one artist.
100.
Only ever had one power, thank God.
137.
I wonder why he's called the cannon. Now, I love to get the roots of phrases.
95.
I love to get to the root of why words are what they are, but the root of darting nicknames, I like to know those stories. I don't like it when someone gets a nickname because they say,
98.
I wanted to be called that.
Yeah, I don't like the ones where they just put a Y on the end of their name.
It has to be a story. It has to be
45.
something
Gavin, you
that
require
happened to get
167.
that nickname. And obviously the artist makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Painter, artist, wallop.
42.
I'm going to have to get a brush in his hand and see how good he is. He's trying to paint his own picture in this game. He's not starting in the same sort of vein, but I
100.
believe
Gavin, you
that when you're in a
require
game like this,
125.
where you don't have the darts, the first leg is free if you're against the throw.
Yeah, I agree. It's
85. Gavin,
and
you
I very
require
much treat it like that. I think,
161.
look, I've got nothing to lose in this first leg. I can sort of go on the attack. And what happens, happens.
90.
In a shorter format, obviously
Gavin,
you want to have the
require
darts
40.
in 4 legs, and you consequently wouldn't have them in
Yeah,
3.
that's
But
Green Shaw in the
that free
first
leg
leg.
is now
Gavin
gone,
Carlin.
and Carlin is off the mark for the day. It'll be interesting to see how he goes on from here after that.
Second leg,
Pretty
it's
steady
Gavin to throw
first.
You're under
first.
pressure in
Game
these
on.
short format races, aren't you? When you have the throw, you know, it was Taylor was renowned
60.
for sort of giving away the throw because he wanted to put you under it right from the off.
Something has definitely clicked
180.
in the practice room for Gavin, because this so far is the ideal performance. He's held throw in leg 1, starts with a max against the darts in leg 2.
I think what happened on Monday, he sort of got disconnected from the group, and then you constantly feel like you're chasing, and then you sort of know you're out of it, and then Tuesday he tried to raise it, and then Wednesday he was right. Okay, so I'm out of the race. All this is about now is getting ready for Thursday and Friday's Group C, and it looks like that's exactly what he's done.
So what you're saying is that Gavin was
60.
not part of the peloton. He was almost
exactly that,
a kilometre behind, and there was no way that he was going to catch them up.
No. And you know, you subconsciously don't.
140.
It's not that you're not trying, but it's not with the same intensity.
When dart players have, or sports people for that matter, when they have that sense of urgency, they do
Gavin, you require
have the humanistic approach of I must find, and that is something that every great sportsman is able to do at the right times.
Gavin, you require
when that urgency isn't there, you can get a little bit lazy.
The 164 from Gezi Price last night. Wowzers. That was some session of darts last night. If you didn't see it, it was the
Gavin,
opening matches of
95.
the knockout stages of the Slam. Barneveld beating Whitlock in an absolute thriller, 10-8. Oh, hang on, 45 tops. The 2-0 and a break.
55.
Well, how good was that
Gavin, you require
bullseye? For
52.
starters, that was centre hole, as we say it. But Painter can put pay to that if he finds tops. That typical standoff. And the snarl. Is it the hit?
42.
It isn't. And that snarl is for a very different reason now.
Yeah, that one's of absolute disgust.
Yeah, that's
and you'd
game
be
short in a
disgusted
second
with that because
Gavin Carlin.
Gavin Carlin, back-to-back 16 dart legs. That one's a break and gives him a 2-0 lead. Yeah, Michael Smith beat Rob Cross in another absolute cracker, and Gezi Price and Danny Noppert another 10-8 before Joe Cullen dominated Dirk van Dijvenbode, didn't he?
Yeah, I think winning the first couple of sessions 4 legs to 1 definitely does yourself some good in long format stuff. This being a short format sprint on multiple occasions, it's a very different discipline, isn't it?
It's a sprinty marathon. Because the matches are very much sprints, but the group is a marathon, isn't it?
I like to categorise it, and I hate to use a cycling metaphor for the second time, because in a week's time when you're at Minehead, you're going to be bombarded with cycling metaphors. Hello to Ned Bolting if he's out there. But it's almost as if you've got 5 time trials per day.
That's a great analogy. I've not even thought about it like that, but that's exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is.
And then when you're off the stage, you're still on the bike, but you're just churning over, getting things ready for going through that tunnel again, where it says, go as fast as you can for 7 legs, potentially. And Gavin's going a lot faster than Kevin all of a sudden. That one doesn't hurt him. But that one does.
Yeah, it was a wry smile from Kevin, as if to say, how dare you? Well, Nathan Girvin's probably thinking about your performance in the first game, KP.
Gavin, you require 79.
But this is a special performance so far from Carlin. He's averaging over 97, 218s, 240s, 50% on the doubles.
That's a lovely single as well. Just has to nudge himself to the
59.
left.
Gavin, you
Had
require
to nudge that
90.
dart just a little bit higher. Much like Nathan Girvin, he does have a miss, which is low. Kevin can't miss anything here. And he can't miss left here. Otherwise, he'll have a dart he can't use. Double 15. He didn't miss left.
Yeah,
and he didn't miss. And you heard him. He said, get in. Nothing wrong with that.
Big lag, because it's the instant reaction you like as a player, because it is a break back with the 90 out. 1 dart for 3-0 for Gavin Carlin.
He's just done it again. It's that I'm going to stand as close to you as possible thing. This is my little bubble. It's like Dirty Dancing, Mace. This is my dance space, and this is your dance space. Get out of mine.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter who you are. I remember the first time I played him on telly, and I said, "What are you doing?" He went, "What do you mean?" I said, "What are you doing that for?"
134.
Not to me, KP. Not to me, son.
Do you have good memories of playing for England with Kevin? Because you must have played in many teams with him.
I don't have fond memories of playing against him. The first time we actually, well, we used to travel together, and really good pals, and we'd practice together. And I went up to March. Some really good friends of his owned a club up there, and it was a perfect set. It was on a little stage, and we used to go up there, be, pre-Worlds and play a lot of darts together. But I played him in the Worlds, and he just absolutely rattled me. I couldn't see which way he went.
60.
I just couldn't. I couldn't deal with the lack of tempo, and it is sort of match management, the way, like you say, he dominates the whole space. The whole stage is
Gavin, you require
is very much his territory, and you're like, you just don't never feel like you're part of it.
Yeah, he's very much like the artilleryman from War of the Worlds. This is my territory. Be on your way. The words of the great David Essex.
Yeah, that's not for the first time. Kevin on double 15.
99.
Well, if you keep hitting it, Kev, keep leaving it. Simple as that. He's afforded that miss as long as he finds double 4.
26.
But he doesn't want to start missing now. 140. He's had 7 darts at a double in this match, only hit 1 of them, and he could be found out if double 10 is found.
130.
That one was closer to the treble, and he knows it.
You require 4.
Bit of a quick one, wasn't it?
Up into the madhouse.
2.
He doesn't punctuate leg 4.
Gavin, you require 10.
And they both have the same angle of entry, so if Gavin misses north like that, he's got a guide.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth.
He didn't really use it,
Gavin
but
Carlin.
He finds his way to 3-1, and that is a huge chance missed for Painter to bring us level.
5th lag, it's Gavin to throw
Carlin's
first.
Still going along quite nicely here. 88.84 the average. Painter 24 points off of his average in the opening match today. He's averaging 83.5.
100.
Yeah, Kevin referenced earlier that he played in an ADC match last week where he lost his European Championship to James Richardson.
Yeah, James Richardson, he's tuning in today. He's been rained off, no surprise there. If it's the rain's anything like here it is in Portsmouth.
60.
But yeah, it was regaining the belt for James Richardson, wasn't it?
I was looking out my bedroom window last night. I thought Moses was going to go by.
130.
Or Noah.
Oh, this is good.
140.
He's picking up the pace. It seems like he's playing quicker, which for some players like Gavin, it's a good sign.
Yeah, it's a sign of confidence, isn't it? And I think it suits some actions are more suited to a slightly quicker thrower or a quicker throw.
100.
That's a fascinating
Gavin,
call.
you require 87.
I believe he should have gone for the bull with that last dart.
Agreed.
Double 18 to prolong the match. Can't miss. Oh,
No score.
Goldilocks busts the lot.
Gavin, you require 101.
And Carlin gets a shout for a possible 4th 4-1 of 5 matches today on double 12. And he's only gone and done
it. And the match, Gavin
Everybody's
Carlin.
getting points this morning. 5 games and 5 players on 2 points. In fact, the only person who is yet to register a win is playing next in Arron Monk against Tony Wood, which will bring to a close 2 rounds of matches. But you see, Carlin there, averaging over 90. The high out of 101 came with his last 3 darts and 44% on the checkouts. That will get it done most of the time. But you saw with Painter there, 11 missed darts at double. That is why he lost by 3 legs. But it's going to be Monk and Wood after this.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Gav Carlin has just recorded his first win here in Group C. It was a 4-1 win over Kev Painter. As we'd mentioned, Painter is the player who has delivered the performance of the week so far, that coming in his opening match against Nathan Girvin. A significant drop-off from him in that one. But Gav Carlin, I think that just shows, doesn't it, how this tournament helps build the resilience in a player, the way he was able to come back like that. Couldn't pin a double in his opening match.
No, I mean, he didn't play particularly badly. It wasn't like he had a particularly low average. In fact, his average in the first match was higher than his running average over the opening 3 days, but Tony Wood was just inspired. But yeah, that was a great performance from Gavin there, and Kevin just just over 20 points less than his opening match average. But as we've seen, even from Cam the other week, you put in a really big average, the next game you're under it because you're mentally thinking, I've got to repeat that or I've got to better it, and more often than not, that's what happens.
Absolutely, and Arron Monk is up next. He's the only player now in Group C yet to pick up 2 points in this group. He is the favourite to get the points with the bookies in this one. Does that surprise you slightly?
No, because they're just looking on experience and time spent here and what Aaron's done before. But Tony was very, very good for a player that's not played in this kind of environment for so many years, and he looked so nervous in that interview with Nico early on. I was really pleased for him.
But Nico does that to a lot of us, I think it's fair to say, doesn't he? But Tony Wood, as someone who you've mentioned has played for so many years, is there anything that he can learn about himself playing in this format or at this stage, or is it just about trying to draw on all of that experience?
Yeah, I think that's what I think. When you get a little bit older, it was like when I played in it. You sort of, years ago, you panic about things you don't really have any control over. I don't have any control over what my opponent does, and if he decides to do what Kevin did and average 107. You sort of shrug your shoulders and go, right, let's get on with the next one. That's the beauty of this format and the environment. You get to go again.
And Arron Monk, is he the type of player, because this is the start to the day that he's also had on Tuesday and Wednesday after a very strong day on Monday. He's made these poor starts 3 days in a row now. Is that something that's going to start playing on his mind?
No, I don't think so. I think if he loses 2 or 3 and finds himself sort of disconnected with the leading pack, then maybe, but no, I expect him to bounce back here and put in a good performance.
Right then, let's see if Mace is right on this one. It is Arron Monk against Tony Wood in our next match of this morning's session. Nico, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. And I love what you were saying just now about resilience, because that's exactly what you need in this format. If you do start poorly, or even if you start well but don't get the win, as long as you've got more games, you have more opportunities to bounce back, but you do not want to be separated from the pack. Now, there is a possibility here for Tony Wood. He can pick up a second win in 2 matches. He will be the only undefeated player going into round number 3, which will start after this game. It's been a rapid morning session so far, with 5 matches taking place in around 90 minutes. There's plenty more where that came from. 1/3 of our matches have come and gone. And we have 10 more matches for you this morning and into the lunchtime period before we have tonight's Group B action as well. And I suppose there are a lot of people who are very excited about not only watching Monk and Wood, but how about the fact that we will have Super Series 1 champion back on the hockey for the first time since he lifted the trophy and getting that £20,000 check. Yes, Conan Whitehead is back to try and defend, and this is where it all starts.
Yes, a fabulous looking group this evening, starting at 10 o'clock on our usual platforms, whether you watch us via our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. If you do and you're watching there now, subscribe and hit that notification bell. We'll send you an alert when we do go live. Yeah, Dan Reed, Danny Smith, Conan Whitehead, Yella Klassen, and the always impressive Daryl Pilgrim. That is some group. Good luck picking a winner from that lot.
Yeah, I'm going to have to pick the bones out of that this afternoon to try and give you guys some tips on Sporty Stuff TV later. Good luck to me. But Monk would love to see the table in Group C after 6 games with everybody registering 2 points.
Well, looking at the overall odds for tonight, Daryl Pilgrim is the 13-8 favourite. Conan 2-1, Klassen 17-4, Dan Reed 9-2, Danny Smith, 16-1.
Well, I think it's fascinating that Conan Whitehead is not the favourite.
97.
Because the last time he wasn't the favourite, he won. And the moment he gets wind of that is the moment that somebody just lights that fire.
Yeah. Yeah, he's very much a
137.
reactive player. The better you play against him, the better he gets. And he sort of did that throughout Champions Week. He just sort of found another gear when he really needed to. Great fun to be around. We had a great week. We had plenty of laughs.
100. Arron, you require 136.
We were actually out having an afternoon refreshment. Oh, hello. And we were talking about the amazing ball finishes in darts and all those incredible 1-3-2s we saw where they were blocked out for the final dart. And I was saying, yeah, I remember the Wade one or the Taylor one. And we were 2-2. And I wanted 1-3-2 and I put an absolute blocker and looked right, looked left and thought, well, I can see a tiny bit of it.
43.
And landed. And of course, we had a good laugh because that's exactly what we were talking about that day.
Well, Tony didn't have anything in the way of that bullseye, but he missed it by a good inch.
Monk.
And Monk does take the first leg. Tony just being reminded that we have
Second leg, it's
a few seconds between
game on.
leg 1 and leg 2 and every subsequent leg after that. Now, it's something that you do have to get used to when you come here to the MODUS Super Series. Just let the referee guide you.
Yeah, it was quite. I made a couple of mistakes myself because I like to
60.
I like to pretty much get on with it, especially when it's your throw and they've been up there and they've taken out the double. You feel like you've been off the hockey for some time, but of course
57.
it's for all the in-running stuff to catch up.
Of all of the players, especially this week, who I think will struggle with that element is Jelle Klaassen, because he is someone who is teetering on the edge of that exclusion zone, and he almost has a run-up to the hockey to start
60.
a new leg.
Yeah, he's super quick. And it was something that Robert Thornton was really suffering with, especially he was unfortunately in a group with, no one's really slow anymore, but sort of medium-paced. And he was waiting because he likes to walk in and throw. And he was so close to them that he was walking in unable to throw because they were still either taking their darts out of the board or getting out of the way. And I was like,
60.
Just let them get out of the way, because some players will use that as a bit of a tactic, won't they? They'll just slow down the recovery process.
Yeah, it's an interesting talking point actually here at the Super Series, because in my days in Australia, we used to have this rule where you couldn't enter the exclusion zone until the player was out of it.
Yeah.
And we got into the habit of playing slower matches because of that rule. And that suits this format perfectly.
Yeah, I think it's a massive advantage. No problem against the quicker players because they're pretty much out of the way. But, you know, when you have got a player like Thornton who literally likes to walk up, as he's putting his foot in, he's almost bringing the dart back. It's like a rhythm thing.
137.
Yep. This is decent from Arron. He leaves the old Jackson 5 finish. It should be as easy as ABC, but it's not. Now, what does Tony do here? Is this a 25 shot?
99.
Oh, I don't know.
You require 123.
Is it as easy as ABC?
98.
It almost was. That's
Tony,
two big finishes
82.
he's missed on the wire now.
Yeah.
136 and 123.
And they have been right on the wire, haven't they? Very well thrown dart. He should be going at the ball. Single 17 leaves tops.
I think Arron thinks he's going to hit this.
62.
Arron was
You
wrong.
require 25.
Arron comes back to double the lead. The only player in the table who doesn't have points.
Yet.
He's going over the top.
17.
And he dragged it to his right.
Tony, you require 20.
For a level game. Literally hasn't changed a bit in his mannerisms, everything.
Oh, that's so awkward for him. Look where he's throwing this from.
10. Arron,
He
you
had a
require
great deal of
8.
success on his finishing in his first game, 50%. But no luck yet. No success yet. And Arron keeps wiring doubles, but he does get across the line.
Arron
There's that quintessential intensity that you get from Monk, which is, I would have to say, genetic.
Third lag, it's Arron the throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he likes to. Well, you can see him. He's like a jack in the box, isn't he? He can't. He can only play one way, and it is at a. And I don't mean this as in his speed, but at 1,000 miles an hour.
180.
Yeah, he plays darts like an F1 driver who doesn't have brakes.
Yeah.
Right now, the safety car is out. Oh, what's happened there?
80.
It's gone through the ring, hasn't it? That rarely happens.
That is a 1 in 100,000 shot, that one.
139.
Put Gavin Carlin through the ringer. Maybe that's payback.
Nice segue. Well, we talked a little bit earlier about Kevin Painter coming down from his 107 average in his first game
41
to losing game 2. Tony with that dream start, averaging over 95 and beating Gavin Carlin by 4 legs to 0. But this
100.
discipline of playing 5 games in a session and pacing yourself over the course of 5 or 6 hours, it's hard. And I think the thing that sets
80.
this format apart from everything else
82.
is the constant ups and downs, the wins, the losses, the... Oh, it's a big miss, that from Monk.
42.
I have to say, that was a lazy dart.
Yeah, I mean, he was in a position where I suppose he's aware of Tony Wood back on 300, and he's just... That's what I'm saying. He needs to be at 1,000 mile an hour and totally switched on. When he's not,
40.
He'll make some errors.
That's game short
That's
and
a
a
lovely
third
lag, a 13 darter, a 3-0 lead. Absolute control here for Arron Monk.
If you want proof as to how good Arron Monk is, he's just had a 13-dart leg with a missed single. Need I say any more? I have this philosophy, and everybody who knows
44.
me quite well knows that I am a sucker for philosophy. I think if Arron Monk went to some sort of temple for 6 months and figured his head out, I think he'd come back and be a world champion because his technique is pretty solid.
Like a, you know, where them Shaolin monks go and that kind of thing. Yeah, just some balance.
Yeah, get him to the top of the mountain, get him away from
everything,
and just sort that head out.
Reset the brain.
57.
Because when he played in that World Youth Championship final, Alexandra Palace back then, he was, going into that game, the favourite against Michael van Gerwen because of
59.
his form. I do believe his struggles are not technical, they're not equipment-based, they are mental.
Yeah, it's a psychological thing. I think because so young and under so much pressure, I honestly think it... And there's no real duty of care for these youngsters, and we see so many of them come and go so quickly, and because they are loaded with so much pressure so early in their lives.
59.
And they're under the microscope now, of course.
It's something I'm very passionate about, and I know you are as well. When we think about some of the great young players who've come through the game, and we don't see much of them now. James Hubbard, who is also a World Youth Championship winner.
They all have a familiar pattern and a familiar story. It's the mental health and the pressures they've been put under.
Yeah. We could go back even further. We could talk about Matt Chapman. What a
68.
player Matt was.
Yeah, absolutely.
I could even go really local to Tony Wood and talk about Lee Bolam.
Yep.
What a player Lee Bolam was in the late 90s. He beat Phil Taylor in an exhibition, and we don't see anything of Lee anymore. Such a shame, because what a talent he was.
Yeah, there's been so many. I've just, like I say,
100.
seen come and go. Leon Maddox, you know, at 17, winning the Youth World Masters and the Ladies
32.
World Masters, and
Yeah, winning the Youth Masters. Period.
Yeah,
Wasn't anything to do with gender. She won the lot.
yeah, and then won the Ladies Youth. In fact, I think she possibly could have won or gone close to winning the men's that year.
Ooh, double 13.
120.
Monk is getting frustrated here in leg 4, and he's just got to find a bit of inner peace in legs like this. You're not going to be perfect all the time.
No.
48. Tony, you require
It's picking your
26.
moments. And listen, you're 3-0 up. This one is on Tony Wood's darts. It doesn't matter. But like I said, I think when he does relax, where you think we could possibly see the best of him, we don't.
22.
It's a strange one.
I've got an interesting analogy for you, and I know you're going to like this because it's about boxing. It's like he's always looking for the knockout
57.
punch. At the
Tony, you
minute,
when he's
require
leading on
4.
points.
yeah, he's leading by a mile on points. And in fact, right now, all he's doing, or what he should be doing, is just making sure he doesn't get hit.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He's in control of this battle.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg. Tony Wood.
It's not a classic leg. 24 darts to win that one. It makes sure at least that Tony's not going to be
Fifth leg
bageled.
is Arron the throw first. Game on.
But this is where you take that deep breath, you approach the hockey with a fresh attitude, and you say, okay, start again. This is what
100.
darts is all about, repetition and constantly resetting yourself. Press that reset button at the start of every leg.
Yep.
There's a mental tactic called anchoring, which I'm sure
58.
you know a bit about. I used to press my thumb and forefinger together to try and imagine I was somewhere completely different.
I used to stab the dart into my quad.
So yours is slightly more painful than mine.
Well, it would. Yeah, I needed a little bit more of a savage trigger, but it's the same thing. I would literally not so it would break the skin, but it was just enough to sort of shock my mind. And
100.
yeah, well, we've seen this week Arron slapping his own face.
I wouldn't advocate that, because it might have an effect on your dart throwing hand. And we're talking about a player who in the past has affected his own darting hand by assaulting certain pieces of furniture.
137.
Well, this is much better, and he did press the reset button at the start of leg 5 effectively.
Yeah, it was quite funny when we first started this journey, approaching 3 years ago, when everything was locked down.
180.
You could hear the door
Arron, you
take
require
a hammering in the room that
124.
Arron played in at home.
That poor flat.
Yeah, and you could actually hear the wood splintering. Whack.
84.
Well, if you don't take it out, leave tops, and that's what he's done.
He's on for a second 13 darter of the match. This has been a good performance from Arron in spells.
That's what I'm saying. We can look at the averages sometimes, but it's only one leg, really, that has been a bit ropey. Outside of that, he's been fairly decent.
It's been the tail of the tape so far, hasn't it?
Arron, you
We've had
require
one 4-0,
40.
and potentially this is for the 5th 4-1.
Game,
And there it is.
shot,
That's a
and match,
14 darter from
Arron
Monk. And we have now got 6 players on 2 points. So what we might as well do is scrub all of those matches and start again. They've all got 1 win. They've all got 1 loss. There is Monk with an 83 average and 36% on the checkouts. He may need a little bit more than that in the consistency stakes if he is to make his way through this group. But we are going to go into round 3 after the break with Nathan Girvin and Gavin Carlin on, you guessed it, both on 2 points. So don't go too far.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Arron Monk has just picked up his first win here in Group C, and it was a 4-1 victory over Tony Wood in that match. Wood, of course, 50% checkout success in his opening match, not able to pin doubles with the same regularity in that one, though just 1 out of 11 on the outer ring for him in that second match of the morning session. Monk didn't even feel like he was firing on all cylinders in that match, but was still in control for the best part of it. Spells of dominance from him, a 13 dart leg in there as well, and a 14 to wrap things up. We know he still has gears to find, but 4 out of 11 on the outer ring for him, 180 apiece in that match as well. We can take an early look then at the league table, with each player having played 2 games, and they are all level on 2 points at this early stage. Very congested indeed. Nobody running away with things early on in this one. Next up for you, we've got Gav Carlin against Nathan Girvin. These two, of course, competing in Group A as well earlier on in the week, and it's Gav Carlin who leads the head-to-head 2-1. Both of them, of course, have won 1, lost 1 so far this morning, but it's Nathan Girvin who'll feel really pleased with his level so far today. Of course, a 103 average in his opener, just beaten by a superb performance from Kevin Painter. Not much you could do to compete with that one. Of course, Kevin Painter just missing the 1 dart at double in that match. Gav Carlin, though, in his second match of this morning's session, certainly showing the level he did yesterday in the final day in Group A, where he went 4 out of 5. So both of them should bring confidence into this one. Let's see who will be the first player to move on to 4 points in the league table, and hand back over to Nico and Chris.
Many thanks, Abby. Yes, this is a crazy, crazy table. And I know I've probably said that in the past, but this genuinely is. Every player's got 2 points, and what separates top-placed Tony Wood from bottom-placed Gavin Carlin are 2 legs of darts after 2 rounds of play. So, like I said at the end of that Monk win by 4 legs to 1 against Wood, it's pretty much as you were at 9:30 this morning. So round 3 might as well be round 1.
Well, everybody on throw has either won 4-0, or in the case of Tony Wood against Gavin Carlin, 4-0 or 4-1. 4-1, 4-1, 4-0, 4-1, 4-1, 4-1. And it's all gone 4-1 or 4-0 on throw.
It's starting to sound
First lag is
like a
Nathan throw
football
first.
chant.
Game on.
And one thing's for sure, someone wants to be starting to dominate from this point, but I don't see anybody
41.
dominating this group. I think it's going to be close, like a 1,500-meter race until the last 100.
I don't think anybody's showing,
96.
with the exception of that opening performance from Painter, but now it's sort of settled down a little bit. There's nobody sort of with a running
92.
average so much higher than somebody else that they look like they could sort of take a dominant role in this group.
One
of the reasons why these groups are so competitive over the last couple of years is that a lot of these players are at the same level at this point in their career. They're looking for that next step.
40.
None of them have a B game, which is why they don't have a tool card.
And every now and
Sounds
again,
harsh, but it's just
83.
it's completely true.
They go from sort of A to D.
96.
That's why when we look at the record averages here and you see the numbers 118, multiple 117s, loads of 115, God knows how many 112s and 110s.
You require 132.
And that is similar to the A games of the elite of our sport.
Yeah, very eloquently put.
They just do it
33.
more often.
Gavin, you require 15.
And if they do have an off game, they're averaging 95, 94, 96, 97.
19. Nathan, you require
Well,
99.
Do we need to see it?
It's coming in.
Put a flake in it. Well, Melanie Sykes coined it first.
59.
And Nathan
Gavin,
Girvin is
you
so
require
young he doesn't even know who
40.
Melanie Sykes
No,
is.
you wouldn't get an advert like that nowadays, would you? Can you remember the Harrows 3 in a bed advert that Bristow did?
No, I don't remember that one.
Gosh, years ago. Yeah, that was edgy of its time.
Tens.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
game
isn't
short
that
the
a
first
thing of
line.
beauty?
Gavin Carlin.
You love to see that if you're the player throwing that dart. Central you could walk to the board and not
Second
put it
target's
any
going
more
to
central
throw
than that. What a
first.
beautifully
Game on.
executed shot for Carlin.
And the way
to
it
get
was
a break throw.
the way it was thrown, it was placed in, wasn't it? There was no throw and hope in that.
81.
Well, if you look at his follow through, there's such a grace about it. It's not one of those stunted follow throughs. It has a real purpose behind it. But
58.
it almost has a really good dismount.
Yeah. And if you looked at the end of that throw, the pointed finger would have been in line with that exact point in the double 10 where the board entered.
Well, that's what you do when you have beginners coming through to the sport. They want to know how to get better, and we teach them to point at the target.
We had an amazing
42.
thing last week with Martin Adams, where he went on a ridiculous run of ball finishes. He took back-to-back ball finishes out,
100.
and the ball, the second ball in the combination, or the next leg, went in the hole that the
78.
the dart made for the first bullseye finish. Literally went in the hole. We slowed it down and looked at it.
That's outrageous accuracy from one of the best players of all
58.
time. I wonder where Nathan's going to be when he's in his mid-60s. He's only got 45 years to wait. That will be in 2067.
60.
That's mental. One thing for sure, I won't be around.
I don't know. You look after
59.
yourself these
Yeah,
days.
well,
You might be around when you're 100.
I won't be playing with anything.
58. Gavin, you require 120.
I'm here for a good time, Paul, not a long time.
I guarantee. I was going to say, I guarantee he's not going 3 double tops. He's not that kind of player. I wouldn't put it past Arron Monk
62.
trying it.
No, that's a Jose shot, isn't it?
We did see a 123 double tops from a Scotsman last year in Greg Ritchie. Well, 85 left.
139.
That's a pretty good approach.
Gavin, you
But
require
again,
58.
He's hoping for the miss from Carlin.
Yeah, that's
and there
been
isn't
short
one.
in the second leg. Gavin
And that
Carlin.
is a consolidation of the break with a 20 dart hold. So Nathan's had
Third
18
leg, it's
darts there,
Nathan to
not
throw
one of them
first.
at a double.
Game on.
I'm going to try and outdo Chris Murphy now with this pun. It's a bit like the Eurovision Song Contest in here. It's 2-0. And this is Gavin Carlin.
92.
What would you give him out of 10?
I'll wait for Murph to tweet me. I'll give him an A+ right there. I'll give him 12 points. I'll give him more than 12 points if he gets
60.
another 180 and 141 for the second 9-darter in this venue. But it's not going to happen. Coincidentally,
Won the first one by an Irishman.
yeah, Conor
60.
Heenan. And he also now co-owns the venue average record of 115.62, but the overall tournament record is held by Jason Askew from week 1
134.
of last year. It still hasn't been broken. It may never be broken.
95.
But Carlin has definitely picked something up since losing 4-0 to Tony Wood. But that real consistency that he's showing
100.
week long of staying in that high 80s range, or 85 as it is right now, it's just been coupled with some good timing on some finishes.
And 85 beats a
Netting you
95.
require 115.
Double 19,
Yeah, that's
That
game
is
short in the
brilliant.
third leg.
and exactly
Nathan
what he
Girvin.
needed to get back into this contest. Perfectly placed into the double 19 after the treble was found.
Forward leg, it's Gavin to throw first.
This is a key
Game on.
leg for Nathan. Well, it's a key leg for both players. It's very much a game on, game over moment, you feel,
134.
even this early.
$60. $140. $100.
$180, number 2. Gavin Carlin, and they've both come in the last couple of legs, leg 3
Gavin
and leg
Uruguay,
4.
47.
Just when we thought Nathan may get back into this match,
Yeah, that's game
Gavin
short in the
Carlin has
fourth leg.
produced
Gavin Carlin.
an 11 darter, our second 11 of the day.
Starting to exude a bit
Fifth
more
leg,
confidence.
it's
Starting
Nathan
to
first.
stand a bit more
Game on.
upright as
Yeah,
well,
well,
which
he's
is a really
grown-
good sign of body language.
He's grown 6 inches, hasn't he? Again, that low dart.
56.
There's a lot of dart players who have said to me that they wish they were a little bit taller. And
And a bowler.
You've been listening to a bit of Skilo, have you?
134.
Apparently, if you want to get taller, you've got to go to space.
Correct.
Because apparently you do grow if you go to space. Your spine actually gets longer.
140.
Because there's no compression. No gravity.
I wonder who would be
Or just sleep like a bat. And just
140.
get some of them boots so you can hang yourself upside down.
the old gravity boots. I
Mm.
wonder if that is something that
98.
the tinkerers in darts have tried, like Peter Wright or Devin Peterson.
I'm sure if they do, we'd have seen pictures of it by now.
96.
Anything a player does, even when they sort of are changing equipment or whatever else they're doing, the pictures soon come out.
140. Gavin Uruguay.
This is for another 4-1. And this is for the first win against the darts all day. Every result has gone to the person who has the darts, and Gavin is in a great position to buck that trend, but he has to dodge a 67 out from Nathan first.
17 for double 8.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
that's game short in the fifth leg.
Well, his
Nathan
2 winning
Girvin.
legs have been rock solid. When he's on, he's on. That was a 14 dart hold to go with the
Sixth
15
leg,
dart
it's
hold
Gavin
in
to throw first.
leg 3.
Game
But the winning legs for Gavin so far, 18, 20 and 11.
140.
Did you keep an eye on the PDC Europe Super League last week over in Germany?
Yeah, I watched Florian Hempel win the final,
134.
which was good to see because he had an amazing year 1 and an absolute disastrous year 2.
139.
Of course, you were over there reporting on it, weren't you, for a week?
I wrote an article about the tournament, and I was really fascinated to see how Dan Closer did because he
80.
played a sensational Group A campaign with us in Super Series 1. Didn't go on to win that week, but I think his statement at the end of Group A was very apt. He said,
85.
compared to the PDC Europe Super League, this was easy, which we think of as a marathon. And the perspective that I got last
85.
week
Gavin
was that
Uruguay,
he was right,
137.
because that was longer.
It was eight matches a day, was it?
8 or 7 matches a day playing
yeah.
best of 11. So I think when we talk about this Super Series project
28.
giving people the impetus to move forward, it's not just in PDC darts or WDF darts, it's in other things too.
Yeah.
127.
I love how
Gavin
the
Uruguay,
importance of this
109.
has gone up again this year, and it will again in 2023. Carlin does not get a match dart, and Girvin has got a shout of
93.
taking us the
Nathan
distance for the
Uruguay,
first time.
75.
Well, it's life and career changing. Oh, it's got to be double-double. That was a
19.
awful
Gavin
first
Uruguay,
start at the treble
16.
17, and that's allowed Carlin to wrap this one up 4-2 in some style, Paul.
Double 4.
Eight.
Well,
Or-
he's so
Nathan
frustrated on that
Uruguay,
double 4 because
56.
he made a little scooch to his right to adjust, and it didn't make any difference.
Yeah, that's game short in the sixth
Well,
leg.
The
Nathan
mistake
Girvin.
has been punished by Nathan Girvin, who really should have had at least a dart at the double on the back
Seventh
of that.
and final leg. It's Nathan
75.
through first.
As
Game
it
on.
is, Nathan's finishing has gone under the radar.
Not anymore. 3 out of 3.
120.
And you said something a little bit earlier, Mace, and I wanted to wait a little while to see how he was doing with it today, but he's doing it again. His
134.
treble 18 switching has been unbelievable.
Yeah, all week.
83.
But although that's a positive for me, it's a negative because it means he's not making that adjustment on the treble 20. And
84.
I tried to drum it into him on Tuesday to stop doing the same thing over and over again.
You can't keep doing the same thing and expect different results. It's the personification of insanity.
Correct.
This game is hard enough.
177.
Oh, wow.
Nathan, you require 150.
This has been the game of the day. Maybe not the performance of the day, but it's definitely been the best contest. And if Carlin takes out this 106, Girvin is going to feel like he's been hit with a very large but very real hammer.
Shovel at the back of it. As it is, are we going to keep the trend continuing? The on-throw trend.
He was within 1 dot
require 40.
of winning by a margin. Now,
41 to keep that.
Is it tops? Is it tens? Oh,
No score.
it's Goldilocks.
That is a disaster.
Gavin, you require
What
64.
an opportunity missed.
He knows how important this is. It's only a 2-day group. Vital 2 points hinges on tops.
24.
The line was so good, but just a little sneak of
Nathan, you
adrenaline
require
maybe in that
40.
right arm costs him 2 points at that visit.
Game,
And Girvin
shot,
finds it
and, a match.
and sneaks
Nathan
it
Girvin.
by 4 legs to 3, and that pattern continues every single game today. All 7 have gone to the person with the darts. An excellent contest that went all 7 legs, and there was only a matter of 10 points in the averages, and the better coming from the loser. Another bit of proof as to why averages will lie to you, but 57% on the checkouts for Nathan give him the summit in the table on 4 points. He will have some company in the shape of Martyn Turner or Tony Wood, because they will do battle after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And don't forget, you can secure your free tickets for finals night by visiting dartshop.tv. But back here in Group C, Nathan Girvin has become the first player to move on to 4 points in the league table after coming through a last leg decider to get the better of Gav Carlin in that last match. As you can see, Carlin averaging 10 points more than Girvin in that match, but it is the young Scot who came through in that last leg decider. Girvin didn't get a darted double in the opening 2 legs of that one, but with his back against the wall, he took out a sublime 115 to get himself back into the contest. A 14 dart leg in there as well from Girvan. It looked as though it was all going to be in vain when he missed match darts, but despite a solid performance for the best part of that match from Carlin, he then missed darts at the end of that one, plagued again by missed darts at double, and Girvan got over the line. As you can see, just 3 out of 11 on the outer ring for Carlin in that one. Girvan, much better checkout success of 57% in that one, with that high checkout, of course, as I mentioned, of 115 in there as well. Next up then, we've got Tony Wood up against Martyn Turner in this next one. They've, of course, both won one, lost one so far today. Turner said that after such highs in the first 6 months of this year, his confidence has really suffered a bit of a dip in the last few months, and he's not feeling as confident about his game as he initially was. But he's certainly shown some quality so far today, hasn't he, with that opening win of this morning's session. They both made great starts to this session, but then both dipping off quite significantly in their last matches. Which one then will join Nathan Girvan on 4 points in the league table at this early juncture? Let's rejoin our commentary team to find out.
I tell you what, I want to find out, Nico, what that says on a jumper, as long as it's not rude.
I've been wondering that all day. By the way, kudos on both getting the memo this morning about wearing a certain brand. I didn't get that memo this morning, well, but nobody has got the memo about Tony Wood's shirt.
Well, Abby was pretty in pink earlier in the week, and I missed that one by a day, and certainly was far from pretty.
Well, the only person I can think of who's had a shirt like this in a darting sense is Nickel Bloom of Germany, and he was called Flower Power.
First leg is Martyn to throw first. Game on.
Dennis Ovens had some shockers over the years.
Oh.
And how about Dave Askew? He also could pull one off a shirt.
Well, they both used to play for home counties in Surrey and Hertfordshire, and I think they used to shop at the same shop, you know. I miss Dennis Ovens. He was so dry.
Lovely guy. We had some great times traveling. Well, we were managed and sponsored, of course, by the same person in Rathbane who now looks after Rob Cross. Yeah, we had some
100
wonderful trips away.
Well, speaking of trips away, Martin's had plenty with his good pal Darren Johnson, who's had a really good season. And what a lovely thing for Martyn to say in his interview at the start of the day, where he just wanted to travel with his friend and for them both to succeed. Such a wonderful thing to hear. And in a time where everything is construed as negative, and Martin's such a lovely chap. And for him to say that about Darren, I think is one of the nicest things I've heard this week.
Yeah, they're very much both the glass is half full kind of guys. And I've had some great times knocking around, especially playing in the seniors.
140.
Yeah, some good qualifiers for the World Seniors Championship over the last few days.
Yes, certainly has been. Dennis Harbour, a real blast from the past.
Is it safe for me to say that the commentators are probably cursing themselves because Dennis is a bit slower? But I just love the fact that the qualifiers have given us more players like Martyn, like Darren, like Tony, like Dennis, because people are getting second wins in their life.
The first I really saw of Michael Huntley was here.
57.
And then he started playing in the senior stuff, 36. And then he's gone on to win a qualifier, and he'll be taking his place on that Circus Tavern stage. You liked it there, pal, didn't you?
Yep. 5 matches, 5 wins. I'm never going to play there ever again.
Not even in an exhibition.
I've retired from the tavern.
Tony Wood.
But Tony Wood is only just beginning. This is more like his first performance from the day. as opposed to his second.
Second leg, it's
absolutely.
Tony the throw
15
first.
dart.
Game on.
Break of throw. And I'm sure these two must know each other quite well.
Yeah, not too much in the way of kilometres between the two. I would say about 2 hours on the train, maybe a tiny bit less.
43.
Gateshead, you just hop over the river to Newcastle Central Station, then you can get a direct train to York, which takes probably about an hour and 45 minutes, maybe a little bit less these days.
Yeah, Darren Johnson, his pal he's on about, is currently in, well, provisionally ranked 13 in the World Darts Federation rankings for the Lakeside WDF World Champs, which the Lively Regner and Neil Duff won this year. Martyn Turner in a qualifying position himself, currently in 20th spot.
And that would be a big thing for him. And for a player like Martyn, who has always been seen as tough to beat, but maybe someone who was not expected to make these massive heights of things like Grand Slams and World Championships and that kind of thing.
60.
The real ambition for someone like him is to grace a stage as iconic as a Lakeside.
Yeah, and I speak from experience. When you sort of, when darts
100.
as a player doesn't become the be-all and end-all, you actually, I think in a way, it can start to, when you've got a bit more money and a bit more time, you can dedicate and apply yourself a little bit more. And of course, you're more mature. You read situations differently.
44.
You don't get as bogged down as you did maybe when you were in your 20s, when you were a little bit more petulant and, you know, had a slightly shorter fuse.
100.
Or, you know, we're all impatient when we're younger. We want it all and we want it now.
It's downstairs for Wood, who is doing the right thing here, but he's blocked everything with that first dart.
84. Margin you require 106.
He's somehow ended up leaving a finish. There was a mixture of old school and new school in there, and he was caught in between, wasn't he?
54. Tony, you
should have
require
stayed on the
149.
19s and then had the option of the ball, of course.
Yeah, a little bit of Pharrell Williams and a little bit of Beethoven. Mixture of the two, which I'm sure would sound fantastic. What would sound really good for Martyn is game shot in the second leg to Martyn Turner.
Well, the shirt's a little bit Van Gogh, isn't it?
You've just given me a great idea for a dart shirt.
Martin, you
We've never seen one
52.
with a little bit of cubism. Or have I just given the game away? Double 18.
Yeah,
And a
that's been
beautiful
sold in the
double
second
9
leg.
switch.
Martin Turner.
Yeah, it's never the easiest in the world, is it, over there?
So many people have made things of the switch from double
Third
18 to
leg,
double
it's
9 over
Martin
the
to
years.
throw first.
And
game on.
I've got something to say about it. It's not an easy switch for a right-hander. I don't think it's that much different for a lefty. But
83.
I personally think the switch from double 8 to double 4 is harder because it's difference in height as well.
Yeah, up and across, isn't it?
He's not someone who gives
60.
a great deal away, and I love that quality about certain dart players. And it's something you did brilliantly when you were winning here back in week 12 of Super Series 1.
Yeah, I made a, you know, again, it's all about, you know, eventually us men do grow up, sort of. But, you know, and I think when you spend so much time away and you analyse and you watch I mean, we do probably
40.
more darts than anybody. I mean, what do we do, 100 matches a week or something. And, you know, you preach about certain things, and I think
100.
a lot of the things then become ingrained in us because, you know, I can't go up there and not do what I say that you should do.
It's a bit like a lecturer in a university teaching
60.
students a certain way of doing things. Surgery, for instance.
Yeah.
And then being put under the microscope themselves and say, right, okay, you perform that lobotomy or something like that.
You do it. And it is, don't get me wrong, it is, well, you know yourself, it's tough up there. And when it goes wrong, which it did do for me on many occasions, it's a lonely old place.
What you tend to find with a lot of dart players is they are somewhat solitary creatures.
100.
They have to
Martin,
be.
you require 160.
Well, although it is very much a team game down your local, when you're up there, it's very much just
28.
you and you only, and only you can control the situation.
And one of the things that you can learn from Martyn Turner, especially already from today, is what he said about being around friends. If you are going to go on tour and you are going to give it a go, find someone to go with you. It will make it easier.
It's like having a support system.
You can't have them on the stage, but you can have them when you're off the stage.
And if they're just there within an eye shot, or just to give you a bit of encouragement, or, you know, just that bit of support.
And you know who I used to have in the last couple of years of my playing career? Good friend of ours, Conor Leckie.
Yeah.
From the Dudley area in the West Midlands. He's actually turning 50 next month.
Wow.
So looking forward to seeing Conor turn 50.
It was his mother's birthday, who looked after me wonderfully when I went to stay in Belfast.
122.
Birthday Pearl.
This would be a monumental grab, as they say in the NFL. 7-7. He's just making sure he's got the right one. I like that he's doing that, because if you're not sure, the referee's there to help you.
I always used to get confused with that one and the 57-57 on 126. You know when you doubt yourself?
Is Martyn doubting himself? Maybe he did. He's let that one slip. And Wood comes back for 7, which is never easy. That's just about there. Well, this one's got to be left and surgical.
3.
The previous
Martyn
start
10.
went in the opposite direction.
Again, it's low on the 5-5. Now it's 2s.
8.
And he visits the madhouse and is looking disconsolate.
And the problem with this one is you know this leg's gone long, and you start to get, you become more embarrassed than nervous about winning the leg.
Wow.
Oh, nip one, pearl one. Good luck with this.
Top right corner.
He didn't play in Southampton, but he was almost throwing from Southampton.
2.
Top of the board.
No score.
Needed to be higher. And we are visiting number 10 right now for visits. Doesn't want it to be 11 for Martyn. Oh, that's a beautiful dart. I know it's a 30 darter, but that's still an incredible shot from Tony Wood.
Forward lag, it's Tony the throw first.
30 BOT break a throw. I got to make sure I didn't put 30 CO checkout. See, that's what I love about this game. I can do that. We both can do that.
I like to tell a rather embarrassing story about myself after legs like that. I once played at the Biker Key Club, which is something, a place that Tony Wood knows very, very well. One of the real
100
venues of Tyne and Wear darts down near the Tyne. And I once lost a leg after throwing 51 darts.
Jeez.
And Kevin McDine is very, very quick in reminding me of that at least once a year.
45.
Canny is tuning in. Kevin McDine, hope you're well, pal.
He actually lives in Gateshead these days.
How does he?
Same town as Tony Wood, so I'm sure he spends a bit of time with Tone.
Biker, of course, famous for, well, the area, but Biker, but Biker Grove.
There's been a few good players come out of Biker. Players that Tony will know well. Players like Mac Murphy. Oh,
yeah. Great player. Played Mac many a time. Wonderful player.
He's definitely the first person that comes to mind when I think of Biker.
58.
As far as Gateshead's concerned, there's one player that everybody should know, Davy Richardson.
I was just going to say about Davy Richardson. Does he still, I think
he's still around. I haven't seen Davy in a few seasons. But I used to call him
44.
the Face. Just an astonishingly good dart player.
Oh, wasn't he ever? Played in a couple of embassies, I'm sure.
57.
Yeah, he used to be called the king of the qualifiers. I think he got through them about 4 times. But he used to play in Super League team in Gateshead with the likes of John Brannan and Davy Maitland, all county players, and we all thought, oh, I've got to go to Gateshead tonight. This is going to be hard. And then you'd get what I used to call
68.
the Thursday night darting nightmare called Colin Dobson, who would come in from work, throw 3 darts and pluck in a 33 average and walk away.
Yeah, Mark Frost was like that. I used to
One
practice in a
40.
pub in Stoke-on-Trent, and I'd been there all afternoon, and he's a scaffolder, so he'd finish work about 5 o'clock and pop in there for a quick pint before he get home. He'd grab a set of darts from behind the bar, any random set of darts, and literally 2 throws, right, let's have a couple of games and start going 14,
39.
13, 12,
Martyn,
13,
you
14. I've been in
require
all afternoon
68.
practicing.
Well, Martin, 30 darts wasn't enough for the previous leg. Let's hope for less right here.
32.
But he does give Tony Wood a chance
Tony,
for a
you
3-1
require
advantage.
120.
In what is becoming the longest game of the day.
Although we've had some wonderful averages, Paul. We've only had a couple of ton-plus finishes. The 148 from Nathan. The 115 from Nathan. That's it. Just 2 ton-plus outs. I'm not going to get another one. Well, not in this leg.
You're not going to see a bull from
44.
Tony Wood, are you?
Martyn,
You wouldn't even
require
think about it.
36.
He would see that as disrespectful. Double 9.
Yeah,
Well,
that's game
here's the
shorter than
thing, Martin. If you want to win legs in this match, just keep leaving double 9. That's 2 hit now.
We've had 4
Fifth flag, it's
consecutive
Martyn to throw
breaks
first.
the throw.
Game on.
We've talked a little bit about the northeast of England and some of the roots of that area.
85.
We could be here until this day next year talking about Yorkshire.
Oh. Absolutely phenomenal county. There was a period, it was all about Yorkshire and Lancashire, wasn't it?
99.
And you don't have to think just about Dennis Priestley when he won the World Championship in 91. It was well before that.
Oh,
41.
yeah. Well before that.
I like to talk about Dennis Hickling a lot.
Bimbo.
He just laid the groundwork for what we see from Yorkshire for the next 25 years. The likes of
60.
Priestley and Scott Waits and
John Walton.
so many more.
100.
But things have changed a little bit. The usual blueprint of darts has changed over the last 3 or 4 years, not just because of the pandemic, but because of what people
140.
want from their darts now. They want to be rewarded for their brilliance. They want to have extra opportunities which feed you into other things.
59.
The usual blueprint used to be Super League, County, National, International. Now you're seeing players coming through and just bypassing everything to World Championships. Look at just Gervin Price doing that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was a time where it
60.
was pretty much impossible to find a player that, even someone like Adrian Lewis, he played in a BDO Youth Championship, but
120.
yeah, everybody at some point had come through that process of Super League, County, International, World Masters, Embassy, and then
I don't know if that was the right call.
87.
That was a bit of a 60-40 for me. I thought the 42 was the best player, but maybe he thought it was best with Martyn on 91. Let's find out as he goes for the ball with a guide.
Yeah,
oh, it's a beauty. So it turns out Tony may have picked the wrong call on the 142, because that maybe is the best visit of the day so far for Martyn Turner.
It's a first holder throw in this match.
Here's another name I'm going to throw at you from the northeast of England when it comes to Tony's area. That's South Tyneside towards County Durham area. In fact, he wanted me to give a bit of a shout out to one of his sponsors today, which is on his left pocket. You may be able to see it from the town of Consett, which I'm reliably informed actually gets more snow than anywhere in the northeast of England. I believe he's got is it the Working Men's Club from Consett on his pocket there, one of his sponsors.
95.
And I think every sponsor that backs a dart player needs a bit of praise, because this is not a sport where, like golfers, they get, 3 million a year. Every single pound that these guys can raise will help towards them achieving 55. Their dreams. I think they all deserve a bit of recognition.
$43.
It's pretty hard to make out his sponsors, actually, considering what he's wearing. It's like a Magic Eye picture. $43. I've got visions of myself being in an art gallery just looking at Tony's shirt as if to say, I don't know what it is yet.
44.
Well, Martyn was dreaming of steamrolling across the line here in leg 6.
Yeah.
But it's not happening, and Tony is putting his foot to the floor a little bit to get himself into the finishing zone first.
95.
He's there, and he will stay on the 19s, surely, when he comes back for that 108.
97. Tony, you require 108.
I'll wait for this shot to go in, but I eventually found a list of Yorkshire legends. One you must... Well, Gary Thompson, one that first comes to mind.
72.
Brian Bird.
Martyn, you require 122.
Brian Langworth, of course, legendary player back in the day.
42. Tony, you require 36.
To take us the distance for the second game in succession. Oh, look, it's double 9 again. But this time it's for Tony.
Yeah, that's game short in a 6 leg. Tony
levels things up. Well, we had 4 breaks followed by 2 holds.
7-10 final leg. It's Martyn to throw first. Game on.
Our second consecutive match that's gone all the way.
Now, the averages reflect a very attritional contest, which it has been. Let's look at the checkered percentages. Not particularly brilliant, and that's pretty symptomatic of why the averages are so low. But let me just say one thing that is very good. 3 shots at double 9, 3 hits. So they're 100% on one of the doubles at least. But this is a very important leg to see who gets to 4 points alongside Nathan Girvin.
Yes, sir. Yeah, the names and blasts from the past. Glyn Hackett, Brian Dawson, of course.
Yeah, Doggy Dawson.
He played 87 times for Yorkshire.
Am I right in thinking that Glenn Durrant played for Yorkshire a little bit as well, towards the end of his county career?
Didn't know that. Graham Usher, player we're very familiar with at the Super Series.
91.
70 times. And then Ray Batty, another absolute Yorkshire legend.
Dean Winstanley. And Lorraine Winstanley, of course.
Yep.
2 mainstays of the Yorkshire squad over the last 10 years.
76. Martyn, you require 170.
Total appearances, John Walton, 259, 230 matches.
44.
In the 18.
That's incredible.
Well, when you just put that into perspective, you only play 9
times a season.
9 times a season. Wow.
My friend Stevie Wanless played for Northumberland over 200 times and retired
60.
At the back end of the last county season.
Martyn, you require 126.
That's an incredible effort from him.
That is incredible.
Now, who can find the crescendo of this attritional contest?
90.
It's not Martyn just yet.
Tony, you require
but this would be some sort of unexpected hit.
Yeah, 2 treble 20s and double 12 for what you'd have to describe as a bit of a steal.
Wow. Double 12. Where on earth did that come from?
And a match. Tony Wood.
Martyn Turner is thinking, that was rude. But look at what that does for the mood of Wood. That 144 was incredible in a game that wasn't even that good. They both averaged under 75. They both had checkout percentages under 30%. But that 144 was probably the main highlight alongside that 91 on the bull from Martyn Turner. But it's Wood who maintains his supremacy at the top of the table somehow on 4 points. He will have some company as Monk against Painter is next in game 9. You don't want to miss that one.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Tony Wood has just got his second victory of this morning's session, coming through in a last leg decider to get the better of Martyn Turner in that one. We mentioned at the top of the show, didn't we, how it takes some players a little while to settle here at the Super Series, but both players settled very well. And how often do we see players win their first game here and then experience a bit of a dip? We saw that from both players in that last match, both averaging below 75 in that one. But despite it being an underwhelming match, an inspired finish out of nowhere really to get over the line, that 144 on double 12 to complete a 15 dart leg from Tony Wood. Both of them struggling quite a bit on the outer ring throughout that match, but a superb 144 checkout to seal the victory for Tony Wood to get his second victory of this session. We can take a little look then at the league table with 8 matches played so far this morning, and it is of course Tony Wood who's now top of the league standings. Nathan Girvan with him there on 4 points, but at this early juncture it is of course very congested there in the table. Next up for you then we've got Gavin Painter against Arron Monk, both of course winning one and losing one so far this morning, but in noticeable head-to-head meetings there have been many of them. Of course it is Arron Monk who leads that one by 3-2. Of course Gavin Painter, though, he did underperform in his last match. He won't be worried about that at all, though, because he's been up here talking to me about Ipswich Town and how they're doing this season, so he's not worried at all about his form. As I mentioned, a number of significant meetings between these two over the year. It is, of course, Monk who's won 3 of them. Their last meeting included in that was back at a Players' Championship event in Barnsley in 2016, and it was Arron Monk who came through a decider on that day. Will this one go all the way as well? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
There are many words in the English language to describe certain fixtures. I wonder which one would describe this one. Because we have two players on the hockey now, meeting for the first time this week, who don't like to relent. We're talking about pedal to the metal kind of players. And over the last couple of games, we've had limitless type stuff. I wonder what word we could use to describe this one, Chris Mason.
Well, they have history. Let's put it that way, going as far back as 2008.
First leg, it's Gavin
ever
through
meeting.
first.
It was
Game
in
on.
the last 128 of a UK Open qualifier. Painter won 5-1. The next meeting,
40.
6-0. The next meeting, he won 6-3. The next meeting was in the World Championship, their most high-profile meeting of them all.
98.
Painter winning 3-1 in 2012 in the round of 64. He averaged 95.88.
45.
Yeah, I know what it feels like to be gubbed by a certain Mr. Painter at the Worlds. He made me feel pretty hollow one year.
83.
Well, it was a slightly tighter game. The first set was 3-1, then 3-2, then 3-2, then 3-2. So probably a little bit flattering, that 3-1. And then they met in an absolute thriller in the UK Open last 64. Monk winning 9-8. That was back in 2012 as well.
Can you picture what the scene was like when Monk hit that final double? Because I get the feeling that Monk was quite happy and Kevin wasn't.
Oh, how's your luck?
95.
He has mellowed over the years a little bit.
On a percentage basis, how much?
96.
But he's a competitor. Well, you know.
I don't want him to mellow. I want him to be exactly who he is.
140.
And that's what this fixture should give us. A bit of grit. 88 turns into double 14.
So this is the first time they're...
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
Crossed in
Arron
the
Monk.
Super Series.
And there will be a meeting tomorrow as well.
Second leg, it's Arron the through first. Game on.
Number 3. But it will be slightly sooner than this one here. Monk takes the first leg against the darts. They're in 15.
40.
I think with Kevin, he'll be... Well, he was mightily disappointed in that
81.
performance after the opening day's performance, which was match number 1, where he averaged 107.05. He then
58.
responded with a 4-1 defeat to Carlin, averaging 86.48. And he'll be desperate to just
85.
get somewhere back to that brilliant best where he was averaging around that 107, well, above 107.
Yeah, 107 is scarily close to 14 darts a leg. Just to give you some sort of indication as to where he was for the 5 legs that he played against Nathan Girvin in match 1.
Since then, it's been closer
29.
to the 18th visit, hasn't it? Which is a throw extra, which means you're giving your opponent an extra visit.
97.
Anything 100 or more is 15 darts or less, so 5 visits. You're potentially giving your opponents, when you're on throw, shots at around the ton mark, aren't you? You're making them, you're forcing them to take out a 3-dart visit. When you're averaging sort of 84-ish to low 90s, you're in that 6 visit range. So winning in 16, 17 or 18 darts.
Yeah, I think we talk a lot about averages, but one of the things that I talk to about with players wanted to get better is that
134.
you really must improve
Aaron, you
in
require
visits.
111.
If you can improve from predominantly 6 visits to 5 visits, or even 7 visits to 6, you are going to improve, and that is an improvement from Monk.
Arron Monk.
We have a very rare TUM Plus checkout for the day. Indeed, that is only the 4th.
Third lag, it's
well,
Gavin the throw
potentially it's
first.
sort of a 12-point average swing, isn't it? In when you think about the 7 visits to 6.
I often say this to people who aren't maybe as versed in dart statistics, the same way that we are, because we've been around this sport long enough to say this. And I say to a young person, maybe of 15, 16 years of age, what is the difference between a 13 darter and a 15 darter? And they'll say, oh, 13 darter is 2 darts better. And I'll say, no, you are right. But in gameplay, there's no difference.
None.
This is what James Wade has done in his career so well by having so many 15s against people sitting on doubles after 12. That's why he has this incredible knack of having lesser averages than players.
Yeah.
And why was Phil Taylor constantly having those massive averages? Because he was converting a lot of 13 and 14 darters, not 15s.
Yeah.
140.
And 12s. That was the big thing with Phil. And when you play against him, and you're leaving 161 after 9 and not getting a go, or 141 after 9, or 101 after 9, 121 after 9.
59.
Well, he's not pulled away.
Yeah, I don't think Arron got his maths right there. I think
100.
when he was sitting on 265, he should have persevered on the 19s with dart 2 and then switched north. So maybe a sign of tactical fragility there, as Kevin is just plucking away, leaving a 101 after 12.
Well, Kevin would have been thinking there, just have a poor visit, leave me alone. And what does Arron do? Pop in a big visit to leave a 2-darter, forcing
65.
Kevin to take the 101 out.
Arron, you require 68.
We had a Merv King there. We had a
Really? I think it may be magnified if this top scores.
28.
You bent the wire. And now
Gavin, you
Painter
require
gets another look
36.
at double 18. I like that he didn't panic when he hit the big 5, because he knew that he had to hit a single at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, there would have to be a single in the combination.
Yeah, that's game short.
Look, it's double 9.
Again.
Painter.
Got an absolute black eye the last couple of games, says that double 9.
Forward Larkers, Arron the throw first.
When you see double 9 hit a lot, it's because people have missed double 18 a lot.
Yeah.
The only other time that you'll really leave double 9 is when you've got 83 and you've gone single 17, treble 16 to lead double 9. But
or you've hit the 180 on 198 and you're trying to create some noise to put your opponent off.
78.
yeah, good luck with trying to do that here today. You might get a round of applause from the street if they're cupping their ear to the door.
120.
But this is a fairly relaxed performance from Arron. He's not
got involved. He's not got involved where Kevin has. Kevin, you can almost read every emotion, where Arron's very much been
97.
head down and getting on with the job at hand.
Yeah, I get the feeling that Arron doesn't like to blow his own trumpet in this regard, but he knows the likelihoods of certain players. And with Kevin, the last thing you want to do is chuck an extra bit of timber on the fire.
That is a great
96. Arron, you require 60.
Well, we may be seeing both of these come through this group, and on Saturday night.
Yeah, that's game short.
We may not see either of them,
Arron
but
Monk.
Arron Monk is stating an early claim. He's averaging 100.
Fifth flag gets Gavin the throw first.
An 11-darter.
Yeah, this is a good performance from Arron so far. 3-1 up, averaging just a click under 100. Painter just showing a little bit of gesticulation now with that max, his first of the contest.
Don't forget, if you want to be here Saturday night, you can be, and it's absolutely
60.
free of charge. A very unique experience here at the Super Series in the Modus Live Lounge. A real up-close and personal experience.
Yeah, and just make sure that you go through the official channels of dartshop.tv There are some
44.
unauthorized channels out there right now, which you should be ignoring. If we get in touch with you and you haven't registered with our website, ignore it and go through our dartshop.tv website
49.
to find your way here.
Yep, www.dartshop.tv.
If Matthew Edgar was sitting in this chair, he'd be going on about Arron Monk wearing brown shoes. That's one of his things. He likes to see dart players in brown
96.
shoes, but it's a somewhat rare thing these days to see two players in actual shoes.
Well, my
132.
Christmas present actually from Charlotte is involved some shoes to play in, but they're not quite shoes. They are Hugo Boss, but they're a hybrid.
100. Gavin, you require 40.
Maybe the most overused word of this century, hybrid. Everything in life has got a hybrid.
Gavin Painter.
But Painter's looking to go full throttle to rob Monk of the 2 points here in game 9.
Well, last two legs have been
6 targets.
the
Arron the
highest
throw
quality
first.
on
Game
throw
on.
with an 11 dart from Arron and then a 14 dart from Kevin, but this is the biggest leg of the match so far.
100.
Has Arron been playing with this band on his right wrist all week?
All week. Sure, if it's just to
100.
compress, maybe have, because it's very tight on his wrist, so it may be something to do with a bit of carpal, maybe.
So it's not something that was put on his wrist on Saturday night as he was going out with his
60.
friends?
No.
Not something from a festival? Because I know what some people are like. They think, oh, I've been to Glastonbury and I want to maintain the memory by keeping it on there
100.
for 5 years.
No, I think there may be some method in whatever it is.
Seems to be working.
140.
Or it is.
Lovely angle of attack and a really good tempered performance here from Arron. But he may have to go the distance.
140.
And if it does, it means all 3 matches in round 3 go the distance. After what was a personification of domination in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, it was the polar opposite, wasn't it? The
Gavin, you
opening 2
require
rounds.
161.
Oh, that hanging of the head there from Arron. It's as if somebody took the lamb meat out of his kebab.
Stolen his dinner money.
83. Arron, you require 143.
51-32.
He's not going to finish the game 4-2 with a big right hook, the same way that Tony
97.
Wood did.
Gavin, you require
Martyn Turner.
78.
That 1-4-4 was sublime. Absolute beauty. 20 and tops for KP. The 3-3.
Yeah, that's
Beauty.
game short in the 6th leg.
Back to back.
Gavin Painter.
5 visit legs for Painter. That was a 15 dart
7th
breaker
and
throw.
final arc.
And he
It's
has the
Gavin
honour
the throw
in the
first.
decider.
Game on.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Oh, it's a proper game of darts, this.
Now we're going to see some tension in this 7th
60.
leg. Painter, after fighting back, will not want to let this go, especially because he's throwing first. But he's got a problem.
74.
It's class. Absolute class.
It's the old Dundas 174, isn't it?
I mean, they're
100.
good any time, never mind in a decider. Against throw.
Wouldn't mind another one. Are you privy to that game that Dave Pallett had in Southampton? About
57.
6 months ago, where he started with 2 171s and he left 159 after 6.
Yes.
Just showing that he obviously didn't want to hit a 9-darter.
100.
I think he second guessed himself.
It's the only time I've ever seen that happen. Well, Monk
96.
has left himself just outside finishing range. And Painter, if he can convert 2, 4, 1 and 6, will get home.
Easier said than done.
45.
Well, now it's Arron who has 6 from 174.
That is a beautiful second dart.
Treble 18 is the shot.
No, it's not.
130.
As for why, I haven't got a clue.
Oh, good. I was looking at you for the answer.
I'm not even sure. Arron knows.
You're up with the kids and
76.
doing all these Euro
Arron
tours.
required
Oh,
44.
Paul will know why.
I think the only reason he would do that is because he wanted to leave this here.
Game.
Well,
shot,
the funny thing
and a
is,
match,
if he'd have hit
Arron
the
Monk.
54, he still would have had tops. If you have the answer to that one, please let us know at MSS Darts, because I haven't got the foggiest. But one thing I do know is that Arron Monk has won with a very impressive 95+ average, and his doubles were pretty good as well. Highest check out of the match was a Nelson of a 1-1-1. So we go into round number 4, game number 10. We'll see Gavin Carlin up against Martyn Turner as they try to embellish their points total after the break.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Arron Monk has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Kevin Painter in that last match. Both players treating us to a sublime standard in that match. Of course, Arron Monk with an average north of 95 in that one. A real mature and determined display from Monk in that one. An 11-dart hold of throw in there as well. In control of his emotions and his performance in that one. Finally, all aspects of his game coming together for him in that one. Kev dug in to force the decider, but Monk with some interesting setup shots that we've come to expect from him now, haven't we? Managing to pin tops to get over the line. 57% checkout success for him in that one as well. Let's take another look then at the league table at this point, and it is Arron Monk who joins Girvan and Wood on 4 points with 3 matches played, as you can see, for all of our players in that one. Not much separating the players at this early stage. Gav Carlin then is our next player up against Martyn Turner. Carlin, of course, here we can see him taking out a 101 in that victory over Kevin Painter a little bit earlier on. Both of these players looking for their second win of this morning's session. Gav has produced some really good darts, but it's just been his finishing, much like earlier on in Group A, of course, that's let him down at times this morning. As for Martyn, he'll have felt that he'd done enough really in his last leg decider against Wood, but it was Wood who pinned the 144 with Martyn sat on 31 to take that last leg decider. Gav's had a bit of chance, hasn't he, to get over the disappointment of losing out in his last leg decider to Nathan Girvin, even though he had match starts in that one as well. Who's going to move on to 4 points in the league table then? Let's hand back over to Nico and Chris to find out.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. It could potentially, Nico, have absolutely everything.
Yeah, because we've seemed to have a whole bunch of matches where there was a massive canyon between the players. Then all of a sudden, an entire round of games where everything went to the limit. So maybe we're about to get some games with something in between.
Well, the cannon will be hoping there's a canyon between these two. I can't see it. I think they're playing at pretty similar levels right now. Well, there's not big enough gap in those levels that
First lag, it's Gavin to
give
throw
us any
first.
indication
Game on.
who potentially will win the match. They go 1-2 Carlin, 6-4 Martyn Turner. I sort of get that. There looks a bit more
100.
rhythm to the Gavin game right now. He looks the most likely.
Yeah, I'd say that's the case. And this is going to be one of the quicker games of this week.
81.
Well, that's another reason why I think it could be competitive, because the tempo will suit both. And it's the first match we've really seen that, isn't it?
It is.
85.
I've seen a lot of clashes of rhythm so far today, particularly Turner against Tony Wood, which had the most climactic ending.
100.
But very much the opposite sides of the coin when it comes to pace and rhythm. Deliberate versus really quick. Now, you will see a lot of quick tonight with the likes of Pilgrim, Klassen.
Conan's no slouch.
No, he's not.
Darryl Pilgrim gets
43.
on with it.
Yeah, I'm not sure Darryl Pilgrim's going to be talking to me because he's a Crystal Palace fan.
123.
We knocked them out of the cup on penalties.
Oh, yes, that's right. I watched it. Ooh, in and out.
80.
That was a
Gavin, you
very
require
unusual
135.
I must have had a bit of flight deflection on it with those somewhat microscopic flights that he's using.
Yeah, that's why it was unusual.
63.
Sensibly not going for the ball because it was a blocker.
That's a nice lie for a 60.
Yeah.
And Martin, he's line it,
60.
trying to stack them on top
Gavin,
of
you
each other,
require
very similar
72.
to the likes of, say, Simon Stevenson when he was using those flights, someone who's played in the Super Series, Taylor or Pipe.
Yeah.
60.
Yeah, they just make
Martin, you require 137.
start land below horizontal. So what would normally be a blocker, see, that's not a blocker. We get another angle at that.
85. Gavin, you
look,
require 12.
how much room and how much target. You've got to think of, and he's quite a tall fella, Martin, so he'd have been able to see all of that 60. We used to stand back behind Taylor
6.
back in the day.
Martin, you require
and he'd
52.
hit a 180, and you look at it, you think, I could get another 50 in there. Used to make you sick.
Know that feeling. Oh, 99, loves it. Loves
that's been
99.
short in the
It was a
first line.
guarantee.
Martyn Turner.
He leaves 99, he hits it.
I'm trying to
Second lag,
trying to
it's
find if
Martyn to
there's
throw
any kind of
first.
pattern, but we're not getting any patterns. I just genuinely do not know what's going to happen.
22.
It's like going to a wool shop and all of a sudden they've moved location. There's no patterns.
93.
When they do that horrible thing in the supermarkets and they decide to have a change around, and where everything's been in for years and years and years, and it's somewhere else.
See, I don't like that kind of behaviour.
No, I don't like change. Not that type of change.
You want to be able to do your shopping blindfolded.
Yeah.
I know where my brand of bread is. It's there. You don't want to be all of a sudden picking up a big hunk of chocolate chips.
Well, you do.
100.
Hopefully it was some ice cream and...
Well, if you're picking up ice cream and you thought it was bread, you're definitely in the wrong aisle. Now, one thing that I really marvel at
60.
when it comes to Gavin Carlin's game is that beautiful line that he has. When he gets that that rhythm going, a lovely metronomic way. His line is so much on the right angle, right down the pipe of that treble 20. Just a glorious aspect to his game.
Yeah, I like his temperament as well. Doesn't get himself too bogged down or too involved.
Do you think there's a bit of extra pressure on him in this group because he comes into week 4 as someone who has won a week in Super Series 1?
Yeah, I think it can, and all the players watch a lot of this because obviously they watch it to see what they're up against in either in the near future or the distant future.
85.
And I think when you win one,
124.
you know, maybe puts a little bit of a target on your back.
Yeah, you're not seeing much of a target on Martyn's back
56.
because he doesn't have a great deal of experience. In fact, he's only won a couple of games so far in
Was it eight games he'd competed in prior to today?
Yeah, he'd only won the 1.
And he was desperately disappointed with that,
86.
obviously.
Martyn, you require 68.
Gavin's disappointed with that last dart. He's trying to figure out why, indeed, it slipped so far south. This time, it's double 16. So he didn't want to leave double 18 that time because he could only get 1 shot at it. Maybe he's only going to do that. He's got 2 darts because double 9 is his little get-out clause. It's 2-0 Turner.
That's his go-to.
100.
I was falling down the old YouTube rabbit hole last night and I came across a very famous Sporting Brands new World Cup advert, which is very, very entertaining. And it made me think, maybe what we need to do in this sport is have an advertisement just like that with all the greats.
Is it a Talk Sport ad?
It's for something that has a tick.
Ah, right. Because Talk Sport have done a brilliant one with all the Talk Sport commentary team for the World Cup. Safe travels. They're all travelling over there today. We'll all see you at Christmas, of course, won't we, Nico? When we'll be covering the World Championships on Talk Sport and Talk Sport 2.
Well, if you can't hear what I can hear, it's the genuine collywobbles for Christmas time because I'm getting excited already.
Yeah, I'm getting excited about the darts, not about Christmas.
Yeah, I was talking about the darts as well.
Yeah.
120.
Keep Christmas. I just like going to Ali Pali.
Yeah.
That is my Christmas.
Well, we've been doing it so long now that we have it sussed. We've literally
100.
got a gym within a
170.
50-metre walk from our hotel. We're surrounded by beautiful restaurants.
58. Martyn, you require 118.
Oh, this would be glorious, this 118. He didn't have to go for the 60 there. He could have gone for the 48 ball if he saw that as prudent, but he decided to stay up top. And that's where Gavin's going with his first and second darts. And doesn't get a shot at a double, so things are starting to falter for Carlin, who's averaging mid-70s here. The same as his opponent.
56. Martyn, you require 74.
An opportunity for 3-0 and the double break. He's going to get 1 at tops. And that's not bad for him. That's a bit of a guide, and he uses it well. That was a bit of a, well, it wasn't a guide, it was like a rangefinder.
Yeah, come hither.
Forward lag, it's Martyn through first.
Come join the party, and Martyn Turner is 3 up in a quest for 4. Now, if he can find his way to a 4-0 win, that would be the second time today that Carlin would lose 4-0.
177.
That would be his leg difference in a whole heap of trouble. I was discussing this with Matthew Edgar last week, how much I enjoy seeing a player on 48 using that first dart at the, if they go 16 double, using it.
139.
We both had a moment there and almost putting it sort of within, I don't know, a centimetre inside, so it is an actual guide dart.
99.
I mean, you got to be playing well and have a serious amount of confidence, but
absolutely, Martyn's going to be feeling very chipper
90
with this one here, especially leaving a sub 100 score after 3 visits.
Well, he said coming into this that he had a bit of time away and his confidence was in a
34.
Not in the best
Martyn,
possible shape.
95.
This will certainly give him A massive lift. Double 8.
79.
All is well. He missed the match start, but he is guaranteed to return.
Well, he's got at least... Well, he'd have to have 6 near perfect darts, wouldn't he?
He can take 3, 10 and 6, but first you've got to get the opportunity, and he has taken a 170 out to save and win a match before here on this stage as Gavin Carlin. But he's not going to get the opportunity this time because that 14 darter from Martyn Turner confines Gavin Carlin to 2 points. Turner goes to 4. He joins the group of 4 players on 4 points. Now, you might look at that 81 average and think, well, it wasn't a great performance, but it was better than his opponent on that occasion, and that's all it needs to be. As for Girvin and Monk, they're looking to get a little bit further up the table. In fact, they could get to 6 points when we come back after this.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. I think the key in Group C is to just expect the unexpected. Would you agree with that, Chris Mason? Because we have said everything about the stats. We have said everything about the form of these players. It all means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's predictably unpredictable at the moment. And there was another example of that. Coming into that one, you'd think Gavin Carlin would, you know, he's played okay. Yes, he went down to Nathan Girvin 4-3, but, you know, he was playing okay. And fair play to Martyn Turner. He just went about his business there. Great on the finishes, 4 out of 7, 57.14%. And the 74 to win it 4-0. And, well, Gavin Carlin's in a little bit of trouble when you look at the legs difference column in the table now.
He is indeed, and you mentioned Turner's finishing in that one. You certainly wouldn't have expected that after his performance on the outer ring against Tony Wood in his previous match. But the one thing I did mention a little bit earlier on is we often mention that players, when they come into a new week, they take a little while to settle. But also, how often do we see players do win their first game here, but then they have that little dip? Would you say that's a bit of adrenaline for that first game, and then they just lose that slightly?
Yeah, well, as I said, after the 5th match with Kevin, he's had that massive 107 average. Then there's a little bit of an adrenaline dump, but then also pressure, because you want to back that up. You want to sort of almost, I don't know who you're trying to prove to, but oh look, that wasn't a one-off. I'm I'm playing that well, and then you know you have another bad performance and then another bad performance, and it just sort of bogs you down. But what has impressed me when the players have had a negative match in terms of performance, like Martyn Turner, where he was so bad on finishing, is then they're coming back and putting it right in the next match. And as long as you do that, there's very little to complain about.
And Gavin Painter, of course, just has that one win to his name so far. He's got Turner and Wood up in his last 2 matches of today. He has to see those as must-win, does he?
I think so. Remember, this one is only over 2 days, and it's only the top 2 that go through. And there's a quick look at the table now. Yeah, it is. He's down there with Gavin Carlin, just on the 2 wins. I mean, it doesn't look too bad at the moment, but like you say, if you find yourself disconnected with the top, if Turner and Wood, for example, or Nathan and Arron are up next, they win one. Well, one of them's going to win that game anyway and go on to 6 points. So then you're 4 adrift. You don't want to be more than. You certainly don't want to be more than 4 adrift going in tomorrow, because this group, I think, is just going to beat each other over the course of the 2 days.
And you mentioned the way that players can bounce back. Of course, Nathan Girvin will feel like he did so little wrong in that opening match, averaging 103 himself in that defeat to Gavin Painter. But the way he doesn't let that get to him, we talk about that mentality. Have you been more impressed with him today?
Yeah, I mean, there is just so much more to come. And again, those low darts are coming in, and you know, it's something I've had a chat with him about, and it's something he has to work out himself. You know, you can only sort of look at things and try and just give that pointer, and it's up to him whether he thinks about that. A lot of players don't like the whole idea of not aiming for something that you're trying to hit, but sometimes it's just a case of finding a way to get over a problem.
And just one word on Arron Monk, because there was a lot of focus in that last match about how well he was in control of his emotions. That's fantastic, but is there a danger that he can become so in control that he kind of loses that fire in his belly?
Yeah, he needs to play with intensity. I think we've seen that. There was the intensity there against Kevin. It's the whole thing, you know, that their history goes all the way back, you know, to 2008, and obviously Kevin knew him when he was a small boy, as we all did, going, you know, when he was going to the embassy with his father. But I like that version of Arron. I think that version of Arron is probably close to the best combination of a little bit of intensity but a lot of calmness.
Indeed, I don't know whether you can hear, but there's a lot of laughing and joking up on that stage at the moment. So let's get into this one, then stop that and get back to the serious action. Nico, back over to you.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, there will be a lot of jostling on the stage between, I'm going to say, the 2 youngsters. He's 32 years of age now, is Arron, but I still look at him as a young player. And playing someone 12 years his junior. So Arron is the veteran, and yes, they can share a few laughs before the start of a match, but now it's down to business, and it's best of 7 legs once again. We've had our period of the day where things have been tight, and in that period, Monk did beat Painter by 4 legs to 3, and Girvin started that trend by beating Gavin Carlin by 4 legs to 3.
First leg, it's Arron the throw first.
So now they will face each other to see who will go to 6 points, because as it stands, Nathan on 4 points and +1. Exactly the same for Monk. So whoever wins this game will go to the top of the table on points.
100.
I always find it fascinating when you've been in, say, a work environment or a sport where you've seen somebody grow up from 93. A very young age to where they are now, and to call them seasoned or a veteran just doesn't fit.
Makes you feel very old, doesn't it?
It does. It really does.
Yeah, I've literally known, well, I've known him pretty much his whole life.
59.
It does feel quite strange. He was a fancied favourite for this one. 4 to 6.
140.
Nathan, 11 to 10. About Arron.
It very much depends on whether Arron has acknowledged all of the things he did right in his previous game, and if he can replicate that. If he can mentally, the likelihood is he will give himself enough opportunities to win this game.
Yeah, that's pretty much the version I like to
80.
see of of Arron. He was in control of everything in that match.
I also like to see him wearing a shirt that makes him look like he's not going to burst out of it.
138. Nathan, you require 145.
I've seen him wear trousers on the hockey where you can actually see his phone illuminated. They are so tight. That was on the European tour.
I wonder where you were going with that.
We were on the European tour, and Arron was wearing a very
82.
tight pair of grey trousers, and his phone was in his pocket, and we all thought, shall we ring him to see if it'll go off? I guarantee he hasn't got it on him right now, because he's fully focused on winning,
Arron Monk.
and he has a 1-0 lead, thanks to that 17-darter.
Yes, very tidy little hold.
Second leg is Nathan to throw first. Game on.
See, this is one of the things I like about sport, because in a society where we all use smart devices to watch this kind of thing, that is
60.
Great. I love the advancement of technology, but every now and again we need to detach from that. And the beautiful thing about sport is that you can't play darts and be on a smart
44.
device at the same time. This should be an escape from that and a way of concentrating. And if Arron can crack that, I still think that there are titles in his future,
60.
whether it be here or somewhere else.
Oh, listen, if he finds his level, 100%, he's a player that I could see winning a WDF Worlds and possibly replicating what his father did in winning the World Masters.
Which is not that far away.
135.
No. It's only a few weeks away. Now, if Arron is really serious in saying that this equipment is what I'm going to use going forward, I don't even want to think about another set of darts. What I would do if I was close to him is say, give me the other sets and put them away somewhere.
140.
Yeah, just take them away. Give them to Colin. He must be down to about 150 sets now.
Well, I've seen his dad
41.
hit a 9-darter on
you
tour
require 106.
with a set of darts that weren't even his.
Yeah.
So the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
That's game
And
short.
that is a beautiful apple on the end of a cherry for Nathan Girvin. There is the cherry in the red and the green apple at the end for the 106.
Arron to throw first.
Very, very nice. Now they both feel like they are in a game. It has been an absolutely fascinating, enthralling group because, like I just said with Abby, it's predictably unpredictable. You just don't know. You can't call it.
100.
There's absolutely no way that anybody on the planet or the surrounding areas is pick the winners in the opening 10 games.
177.
And if you say you have, I don't believe you.
No, show me.
That's a beautiful visit from Arron.
140.
But a great backup from Nathan. This is turning into a very good contest. And if it does keep going this way for the rest of this match, it could well be our featured match of the day on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
Don't forget, if you've got any questions for myself or Paul,
100.
Hashtag
Arron, you require 124.
MSS Darts on Twitter, and we will, Paul will have a little look.
I've actually had a text from Callan Ridds this
104.
morning.
Oh, another
Matey, you require
player
161.
from the northeast.
Yeah, he's looking after...
Although he's not the best player in the street, is he?
Apparently not. Not at the minute. I'm not putting fuel on the fire, Callan.
60.
Rankings don't
Arron, you
lie.
require 20.
But he's supporting his good friend Tony Wood today. But Arron with a 13-darter, not his first of the day. It's just a really good, consistent level about Arron all of a sudden. 94 the average, and 95 he had in his previous game. He's at a very, very nice mid-90s level at the minute.
Well, there's some good energy about him, isn't there? These two had an absolute cracker yesterday. Nathan winning 4-3 with a 96.73, 50% on doubles.
60.
Pretty sure he won it with a 1-2-1. Arron averaged 91 himself.
$100.
The a very similar pattern to this match.
$97.
It's a somewhat uncomplicated approach to scoring here from the guys. And whenever they are switching, it's for good reason.
57.
Like I said, the winner of this game will go to 6 points, the first person to do so. And you were saying with Abbey Mace that
92.
Carlin going to the bottom of the table on leg difference at -6 now. He can't afford to see anybody going to 8 points today. He really
60.
wants the points to be shared, and he really must get a win against Arron Monk in match 13 just to finish the day on a positive.
Correct. Like I said, it's when you feel that
94.
disconnection, when you feel like you've disconnected with another group, and we had it for
60.
most of the day
Arron,
yesterday. You just sort of felt that there was that
158.
2 or 3 at the top of the table that just had a little bit too much in the locker.
Ooh, double 19.
Yeah,
And
that's
nothing
King
disconnected
Jordan
about
at
that.
flag.
That
Arron
was
Monk.
glorious. Best finish of the day, you could say. Well, maybe with the caveat of Tony Wood's 144,
Fifth flag,
which was at the end of
game
his
on.
game with Martyn Turner. But as far as numbers are concerned, that was the biggest.
Yeah, one of those on Monday from Jelle Klassen
43.
against Gavin Carlin.
I was just about to say it, as I was rudely interrupted by that brilliance of Arron. The last thing you want to do is feel as disconnected as Cristiano
40.
Ronaldo is with Manchester United.
Yeah, that's probably not the greatest interview in the world, was it? A real
140.
oops moment.
I wonder who these guys are going to be supporting during the World Cup. We know Aaron's going to be
123.
supporting England, but I'm not even sure that Nathan cares.
He won't be supporting England. Maybe Wales, as his girlfriend is
100.
Welsh, of course.
Maybe a bit like 1994 when all the English supported the
54.
Republic of Ireland for that year because, of course, England, Scotland, Wales weren't in the World Cup. Everybody was a bit Irish in 94.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. He's hit another 60 to lead double 19. And he's got the luxury of the split option as well to get the win. This has been superb.
When he pinned it for the 158 in the very last throw.
41. Arron, you
There you go,
require
straight at it.
38.
Now he may split. Now he has no choice.
Well, Nathan's on a 143. This is one of those moments like going for the bullseye or laying up. Does he want to go for it? Or does he want to lay up and give Nathan a very tricky out?
19.
That's
Nathan, you require
3-1 up.
143.
It's one of those, isn't it? The problem is when you've gone inside, now you've got to burn a dart, of course, to
58.
To leave
Arron,
a
you
double.
require 19.
It's easy for us to say that he should have split it, but I think he was caught 50-50 there. So there was no right and wrong. Double four is right, though.
15.
Let us say if that went in, there was nothing wrong with the performance, but
Nathan, you require
there's a
85.
breakback opportunity here.
But has that moment on double 19 just caused him to lose focus?
Yeah, that's game short.
Because now he's got to go all the way back to 501, and now he's going to be tested. He's missed 6 darts at a double in this match. The majority of them for the match. Whereas Girvin, when he's got to a double, he has not failed.
It was 5 missed darts at the double there, wasn't it? And that's what you're going to do. When you hurt someone by stealing a leg and watching them miss darts for the match,
60.
that's what you want to do. That was sort of Bristow-esque, wasn't it?
See an opponent down and do not
60.
relent. Foot on throat. Not literally, of course. But we are going to see where Aaron's mind is right now. If he started that leg with 60 and started shaking his head immediately,
85.
the one thing that Girvin could get is a tell.
Yeah, and that's that. I've been something I've been on about all week with, especially with Arron, is that He will give his opponent all the energy and confidence by his negativity. You cannot.
128. And we require 161.
This is for a 3, 4, 1 and 6. Would have been spectacular. Well, fair play to Nathan, who
65.
blocked the segment on a 176 and decided to go for cover to leave the 2 darter. He did it brilliantly well.
16.
But he hasn't converted the 48, which gives Monk a bonus opportunity to win the match 4-2.
Was for a 14. Oh, 2 of those.
Oh, it's double 19 again. The only one he's hit in the last couple of legs is the one that wasn't for the match.
It's on the back end of 158.
Yeah,
and that's not going to make Arron feel very good. That one was almost in double 7.
It's nothing worse, is there, when you stood behind and you go, drop me out.
I almost hope that Arron didn't see that.
Yeah, same.
Now it's another mental test.
136.
And I'd say that's a pretty satisfactory start.
Well, we almost demanded a lot from this one, and it's not disappointed, Paul.
94.
No, it hasn't. It's been a very good game of darts from both players.
Been a proper game of darts.
58.
Misses from Arron have just increased the drama.
60.
Well, that one was a bit of a late release. Trying to save it with a shoulder and it didn't pan out. And Monk is all over it. All he needs is a 140 to leave a finish.
140.
I say all he needs, but the 58 he had in the previous visit actually got him onto a number where he could stay straight. Whether that was
58.
on purpose or by accident, it actually helped him.
Yeah. Well, he wants the ball.
142.
How many times has he wired things today? But I was...
Well, it's an average of... Well, he's averaging 97 at the moment. It could be easily 107.
I would have found the temptation there of hitting a 12 to leave double 19.
59. You require
just to score,
25.
well, settle the score, but it's not going to be double 19. It's going to be double 8. He's not found yet, but at least he's coming back. I think he's shown a lot of mental toughness in this game. He's given everything a real try. But he's just got one more job to do. He can't afford to let that jaw slip or that head drop right now.
Can't afford to miss now. Double 8 for Arron Monk to finish off a blinder, and this time he finds the double. But credit to both players who provided us with some serious entertainment, and I agree with Nico. That's the version of Arron Monk we want to see more of in the future. Well, I tell you what, we will be seeing in the future. Up next, it is Tony Wood against Kevin Painter.
Well, what an incredibly intriguing session of darts this is turning out to be. Arron Monk has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Nathan Girvin and become the first player to move on to 6 points in the league table. It looks like Monk has really found the zone in Group C, doesn't it? He seems to have found the perfect balance between focused and fired up, of course helped by the fact that his darts have been superb so far, scoring heavily, and his finishing has been so much better than it was at the start of today's play. Even when Girvan forced that last leg decider, he remained focused to get the job done in that one. Of course, he did miss those 10 darts at double, but the focus was there throughout that one. 2 180s for him in that match as well, an average of 93.6 to move him on to 6 points in the league table. A superb day for Monk so far. And here we have the league table, and it shows Arron Monk out in front with 4 matches played for him so far. Of course, Tony Wood against Kev Painter is our next match up. As you can see, Kev Painter with just that 1 victory to his name so far today. Tony Wood has, of course, picked up 4 points so far from his opening 3 games. Looked like he was on the back foot in that last leg decider against Turner, didn't it? But an inspired 1-4-4 to prevent his opponent from coming back for a look at that 31. And you can see there what that meant to him in that last leg decider. And of course, he's taken on Kevin Painter, a 107 average from him in his opening game of the day. Missed just 1 dart at the outer ring in that one, but he's not been able to find that same clinical edge in his next 2 matches. A real drop off since that opening game for him. And that first game of the session really does seem like quite a long time ago now, doesn't it? Is he going to be able to recapture some of that form shown in the opener in this one? Let's find out and hand back over to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. And sunglasses at the ready, because both shirts look like a dropped can of paint. In a good way. But the days of boring dart shirts are over. Just wonder if Tony Wood, when he looked at the fixture sheet, was earmarking this one as, this is a game I want to win. Because still to this day, this man who currently resides in Rugby used to spend most of his time in Cambridgeshire. He used to be from, well, he is from Essex. But he still has a target on his back. He's still got a name. Everybody wants to get a win against Kevin Painter. Tony Wood hasn't got one yet.
Yeah, for sure. And it's nice when you beat at any stage an established player, former
100
major winner, of course.
Every time we say that, I'm sure Mark Webster is just absolutely cock a hoop that 55. We mention it. But he always mentions that Players' Championship final is one that got away. If you were to ask Kevin what was the biggest moment of his career, he would undeniably
60.
mention that win in Doncaster. But it'd be an interesting question for the rest of our combatants in this group, actually, as to what the biggest highlight of their career so far is. For Tony Wood, I'm not really sure what it would be. One thing I have been told over social media is that the Concert Station Club, which is one of the sponsors of Tony Wood, there was a 9-darter there this year by Adam Hunt, one of the competitions that they hold.
Yeah, good player, Adam Hunt. Actually had a
58.
A good year, hasn't he, Adam? In spells.
In spells. It's a very, very tough school wherever you go. Playing professional sport is a bit of a juggling act. You have to look after yourself, look after others, and do everything that you can possibly do to perform at your optimum level. And at some certain point, you have to be selfish.
Yeah, but even at the top end of the sport, you can do all that and play out your skin, and it can, it just isn't enough. Few players will be feeling like that after last night's performances. in the Grand Slam, because there was some exquisite darts last night, and there's very little the losers could have done about it.
Kevin went for the 13s with his last dart when he was sitting on 183.
Old school.
74.
Yeah, if you think that
Gavin,
is
you require 170.
something of exhibition stuff, no, it's actually quite smart, because 170 is easier than 167. Let's find out. Over to you, Kev. Oh, it almost was.
45. Tony, you require 40.
It's just something magical about the 170, isn't there?
Yeah, that's game short in the
Something
first line.
magical
Tony Wood.
for Tony Wood there. Another wry smile from KP.
Second line, it's Kevin to throw first.
We had wry smiles in the commentary box just before this game, didn't we? Because we were remarking at what the expression of Kevin would have been had Tony hit the 144
91.
against him in the final 3 darts of their match.
Yeah. Yeah, there could have been fireworks. And I'm not on about the shirt.
I have to say it, because I've got a lot of contacts.
Kev's shirt looks like a fireworks gone off in a paint factory.
83.
I think the right word for that shirt is abstract. Doesn't have a great deal of meaning, but if you were to choose a colour for painting, he just said all of them.
The rainbow.
This is going to be a difficult game for Kevin because Tony's not the quickest.
Well, he's got it all there, Tony. He's got a bit of black and white and some red, white and blue.
Yeah, I just wonder what he's going to have for us tomorrow. My contacts in the northeast of England say that he's got a myriad
80.
of these things, so I fear to think what we'll get on Friday. And if you want to find out, you'll have to tune in tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. for Group C live action on Sporty Stuff TV.
More importantly, tune in tonight from 10 o'clock. Of course, Thursday and Fridays are double session days.
121.
However you watch, whether it's via your chosen bookmaker, the Sporty Stuff website, the Sporty Stuff broadcast platform, whether it be on Sky Freeview or Virgin Media's another one, or of course whether you watch via our new YouTube channel. Don't forget, you can get in touch at MSS Darts, Instagram,
43.
Facebook
Gavin, you
and
require
Twitter.
135.
Are you still doing social media, Paul? Or?
Not as much as I used to.
No.
I do still have Twitter. Can't seem to get rid of that one. I've had James Anchors in touch,
58.
asking if I'd seen Tony play any local comps. He is a legend, has some amazing shirts, and as you can see, just needs to calm himself over the day. He's projected a lot of calm so far, and a lot of focus has Tony, but...
Well, that might have been some Cockney rhyming slang there for a minute, knowing Twitter, but maybe not.
Someone's also asked me if he's using brass darts. I can confirm that he's not. They just have
29.
this grip pattern called knurling, which is very intricate, and you don't see a great deal of that these days.
Yeah, and they have a like a gold coating on them, which again adds a little more grip, doesn't it?
52.
The one person that comes to mind when it comes to knurling grip these days is Thibaut Tricol.
Yep.
He loves an old school knurl.
Well, Harrows did a knurled grip for Eric late in the day, didn't they? His famous dart.
100.
Anything I could get
Gavin,
on
you
with
require
you.
25.
No, never liked it.
Never felt like I had enough contact with the actual barrel.
Was that on purpose?
Yeah,
Did he really go for 3 double 11?
Kevin Painter.
Or was it for 17 double 4? It really doesn't matter, because
Third leg,
the
it's
smart
Tony
thing
to
about
throw
25
first.
and the south
Game on.
echelons of the board is that no matter what odd number you hit, you are going to have a double after it.
Definitely 17 double 4.
Yeah, my ex-girlfriend used to always go 3 double 11.
Well,
100.
Double 11 and double 6 is... You very rarely lose your sort of line of fire. If anything, it's the up and down that can be a bit of a problem.
140.
So they're actually, the actual strike rate on them is quite high, 6 and 11s.
I always say if you're a right-handed player with right-eye dominance, doubles like double 6 or double 13
60.
will be right down your eye line. They
I
should
used
be
to-
really good.
I used to love double 6. It was almost like it was a default throw. I could just sort of look at it, set it up,
55.
not even really aim it. You just sort of knew where it was.
For someone like Joe Cullen or a Kevin Painter, which is more of a feel throw, they're not so much using their eye line. It's not as comfortable, but say a double 11 or a double 6, or maybe even a double 14 or a double 13. You've got so much forgiveness in the weight of the dart, but if you get the line right, the likelihood is you're going to hit it.
Yeah.
$139.
Good thinking from KP.
Well, you have to say that's exceptional because players of Kevin's age, we still see players of his age not able to leave a finish from that position by using that route. That has shown a bit of evolutionary thinking from Kevin, who's been in this sport for 30 years. And I love to see things like that. He is not one of those
84.
old dogs who doesn't know any new tricks. He is learning over the age of 50.
Even I had to go on the 19s on 303.
Oh,
I know. Still don't feel right, but
99.
Feels
Gavin, you
dirty.
require 83.
the one thing that's cost Tony in this leg was the fact that he scored 2 earlier on with a bounce out of the board. It's got to be the ball.
58.
And Tony
Tony, you require 100.
is on 100 to steal this one away. I know it's on his own throw, but when you score 2 in a scoring visit, you don't expect to get a shot at double. But he's getting a shot at double.
80.
Oh,
Gavin,
that's a
you
chance
require
missed.
25.
may have seen Kevin sick in his own mouth then, if that would have gone in. He's hit the 17 this time. He's not gone the 3 double 11. He may wish he had done.
No
But
score.
he will now.
Was there a temptation
you
for him to go
require
3 double 11 there
20.
because he's hit it previously in the match? I just wonder. 2 10s. Oh, this is so awkward. He's maybe got a third of the bet to aim at.
Yeah,
he's
that's
got
been
enough.
short in the third leg.
And I'm
Johnny
very, very
Williams.
glad that Kevin didn't see that, because if he did, he'd be shaking his head even more.
Forward leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Yeah,
Game
that
on.
will frustrate KP even more than he is already. And you can see by the it's not
44.
a smile of resignation, more frustration.
I was always bemused why Kevin Painter was never sponsored by a famous nut brand. It just had a really good ring to it, but you can see that Tony's losing his line to the right now, and I don't think he should persevere up there.
3.
That's why. Because if you have that proclivity of it going to the right, just try a different target. Even try the 17s.
Yeah, absolutely.
55.
And this one's going down the same route as Tony's game with Martyn Turner, which we've already referenced earlier. Now, this is the thing about tournament play. When you play in local competitions or indeed some ranked tournaments with the
100.
ADC, if you're playing multiple matches per day, the likelihood is that you're not losing. That is a constant up. But this format that we have here at the MODUS Super Series, it's up when you win, it's down when you lose, and it's how you react to those situations.
Yeah, it's how you manage your time between matches. You almost feel like you sort of want to sort of one off, one straight back on, but sometimes, depending on where we are during the day, you can go 3, I think, without a match.
Yeah, the last game that Tony played was match 8. And this is match
43.
12, so he's had a big break between that and this.
Yeah. And that's a lot of thinking time. And that can be productive. But you have to be resilient.
94.
Yeah, I was never a dart player that would think a great deal on the day of play. I like to think in approaching certain
78.
challenges, but
Tony, you
I would
require
surround myself with people
164.
who would stop me from thinking.
Yeah. I used to try not to think, and then in defeat would probably have 10 minutes of sulk time, and then
44.
and then I'd be all right. I'd have a bit of a moan up, and if there was anything to moan about.
You know what Phil Hazel of New Zealand told me once? He said he subscribed to the 3-minute rule. You got 3 minutes to feel however you want to feel, and when that 3 minutes is up, you've got to move on.
Like it. Well, that's why Australia is such a strong sporting nation. They do have a wonderful mentality.
60. Gavin, you require 86.
Well, that was a definitive single 20 there to leave the two darter. He'd almost resigned himself to the fact he was not going to leave a double. Kevin's left one.
52.
But that wasn't it.
Tony, you require 60.
The 3-1. Huge moments.
Double 10.
50.
What a
Kevin,
big
you
chance
require
missed.
34.
And it leaves Kevin on the
Huge.
most neglected double on the board.
Yep.
It will stay that way. Double 8.
26.
He's had plenty of chances. He's had 10 shots at a double in this
Tony,
match
you require
and only hit
10.
the 1. That's why he is languidly walking back to the table for some H2O. And you know this is going in.
5.
Oh, how wrong can you be?
Gavin, you require 8.
That is a real missed opportunity for Tony Wood.
Yeah, that's
I
game
couldn't
short
see
in the
Painter
fourth leg. Gavin Painter.
missing another chance, and it is a hold a
Fifth
throw. We've
leg,
had
it's
4
Tony
holds
to
a
throw
throw, but that
first.
was a big
Game
opportunity
on.
to get the break. And of course, Tony would be throwing for the match here. Instead, he's throwing to just keep his nose in front.
Sometimes that stage isn't big enough for some players. Do you get the feeling, because you remember the World Championship when Girvin Price won, they had that long
60.
walkway. And during the final, just before he won it, he went for a really long walk.
Yeah, just before he hit the double, wasn't it?
If we had that stage, I think Kevin would have taken that same walk right there.
85.
I've just seen it. Some of them are older viewers, and those who enjoy the history of the game. My father played for the West of England county team. We were on about the county
60.
teams of years gone by. And I've just seen a brilliant one come up on Facebook, and this was a team that my father ended up playing in. It's a great player called Billy
100.
Priestner, Peter Lally, Leighton Rees, Kim Brown, Tony Riddler, Roger Smith, who was a relation of Mike Gregory, Harry Packer, Billy Roberts, Alan Evans, Cyril Hayes, Mike Butt, Alan Cooper. These were all
60.
players that went on to play in News of the Worlds and things like that. They were legendary in the sport.
There aren't enough Cyrils in the world. One of those names that should be resurrected, in my opinion. What a great name.
Yeah, they were sort of the superstars of that era. In fact, Eric Bristow made his county debut against Mike Butt against the West of England.
60. Gavin, you require 136.
So you don't just tune in for the darts, you tune in for a bit of a history lesson as well. That's what Peter Alice used to do for the golf, you see. He used to talk about people at local
70.
clubs around Europe.
Fabulous broadcaster.
Oh, he really was.
One of the real greats of broadcasting in any capacity.
Oh, not the first time that's happened today.
There's always a voice synonymous
Gavin, you
with the
require
sport, isn't there?
66.
He certainly was in terms of golf. Richie Beno cricket.
Oh, absolutely.
Unmistakable.
Yeah, that's game short in the fifth
And
leg.
it is
Gavin
back-to-back
Painter.
legs for Painter. A 180 in the leg and a 15-dart breaker throw. The best leg
Six
of the match
targets,
so
Gavin
far.
the throw first. Game
Not
on.
about how you win here. It's just about getting the 2 points.
I wonder who Kevin's favourite
97.
sporting voice would be. Probably a football commentator from the late 70s or early 80s.
Yeah, we had a few, but you think of Harry Carpenter in boxing. Though I used to love Ian Darke as a boxing commentator.
Yeah, that's my era.
83.
He was excellent with Glenn McCrory.
Yeah, outstanding. You had everything. A real. Yeah, I mean, he loved boxing in dark, and of course, you've had the former cruiserweight champion in Glenn McCrory.
You talk about darts. Look no further than Dave Lanning.
Yeah, you do.
Just the thought of hearing Dave's voice in modern day darts gives me chills.
76.
Yeah, I had the pleasure to work with him on a few occasions, and just so calming. He just had a wonderful way with words. He was
57.
certainly the Peter Alice of darts. Sid was just Sid. Unless you had a master's in history, you probably didn't have a clue about most of what he said.
Yeah, too right.
100.
I've got a guy in golf now called Radar, Wayne Riley. He's a bit like
He was
Sid.
a good player, wasn't he?
He was a good player.
Is he Australian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always wears a wide-rimmed hat on the golf course.
Yeah, I remember him as a player. I didn't know he was commentating.
I would love to see him commentate on darts, you know. He would be fabulous.
137.
Well, I watched some of the Australian sports, one of the mad sports they play.
Australian rules football.
Yeah. And on the matches on at night, they swear in commentary.
Oh, yeah.
It's brilliant.
85. Gavin, you require
You love Dennis
152.
Cometti. He is like the Peter Alice of Aussie rules. Oh, centimetre perfect. Oh,
134.
maybe not. In Australian
Tony,
rules
you
football,
require
that's a point,
157.
not 6 points.
Well, this one looked like it was going to be a real close battle, but Tony's dropped off and Painter's found another gear.
Now, this is where you've got to make that
121.
definitive decision.
Gavin, you require
Do
18.
I just go? He's made his decision. No doubt in his mind. And that's what I like the most about this.
2.
But that's what he likes the least. The fact that he's missed it.
I think it was so assertive.
Tony,
I
you
just
require
couldn't
36.
see how he wasn't going to hit the double there. But he's given Tony Wood another chance. And one thing
that's
Tony
been
Wood
short than
has
a
done
6 leg. Tony
so
Wood.
well today is take his chances.
7th and final leg. It's Tony to throw first. Game on.
I'm not sure there was a fist pump there.
I don't think there was.
I get the feeling that Kevin thought he was going to get another chance, you know, because he's run out of water. And you only get one glass per game.
100.
Kevin knows that should have been done and dusted on the 152 out or in the next visit, but now just got to exercise a little bit of
97.
tenacity. He's been in this situation many, many, many times. But then again, you're talking about accumulatively over 60 years of darting experience on this stage.
60.
The table reads Arron Monk at the top. You've got Girvin, you've got Wood
45.
and Turner on 4, Painter and Carlin on 2. Painter's got one more game after this against Martyn Turner. And if he loses this leg, he can only walk away from Thursday with a maximum of 4 points. This is not good news. It's fabulous news for Tony,
180.
who has the same initials as the greatest golfer of the last 50 years.
100. Tony, you require 161.
He needs an S on the end, doesn't he?
I said the last 50 because there was somebody better before that. I'm not getting into the GOAT argument of golf because, let's face it, Jack Nicklaus is better than Tiger. I'm just putting it out there. 18 major championships
43.
and 19 second places. Tiger's only got 15 wins. Next argument, please.
Hardcore golfers agreeing with you. Casuals like myself left open
Tony, you
mouthed.
require 118.
I needed that second statistic just to hammer it home. Now, if Wood hammers this 118, he's not going to, so Painter can also find a big knockout blow at the end of a 4-3, the same way that Wood did against Martyn Turner. It's a very similar finish. It involves 2 treble 20s and a double at the northern end of the board.
160.
Can Kevin do it? Oh, that's perfect. Oh, he's left it short. What do you do in that spot? Throw it hard.
Tony, you require 66.
Crash it in.
I think it was one of Kevin's favourite years, 66, wasn't it, when England won the World Cup? Might be his least favourite number in a second.
26.
But he gets a look.
Yeah, match dart.
Kevin, you require 20. Game.
Oh, it's in there. And Painter has stolen it with a 16-dart break in the last leg of the contest. A really interesting game between the 2 loudest shirts in this pocket of players. The stats don't tell a story of quality, but another attritional contest where Painter finally makes his way to 4 points alongside Girvin, Turner and Wood. We will go into our final round of matches when we return after this break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Kevin Painter has just come through in a last leg decider to get a crucial 2 points on the board. It wasn't a classic, that last match, was it? Certainly not one of our finer matches of today's session, but Kevin Painter won't care about that one bit. Both players getting embroiled in a bit of a slog out there, really, both squandering chances to take the game by the scruff of the neck. Painter with a 15-dart leg in the 5th looked like he was going to do just that, but Wood showing again that he just does not know when he's beaten to force a deciding leg. But in the end, it was Painter who stumbled over the finishing line in that one, both with very similar finishing stats in that match, as you can see, an aspect of their game that they'll both be looking to improve going into tomorrow's session and, of course, their final game of today. We can have a little look then at the league table with just one more round of matches to be played on this opening day in Group C, and it's Arron Monk who leads the way on 6 points, and it's he who's up next with the chance to, of course, make it 4 wins from 5 on this opening day of action. He's up against Gavin Carlin in this one, in their head-to-head for this week, because of both players playing in Group A before this one. Monk leads it 2-1 this week. Carlin did get the win over Monk yesterday, though, with a superb 138 outshot to get over the line and make it a 4-1 success for him in this one. But without a doubt, this is the most in control we have seen Arron Monk of his emotions so far this week, and the most controlled he's looked in terms of his performance levels as well. Can he then round today's action off for himself with a 4th win out of 5? Let's find out and rejoin our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, this is a big game for Arron Monk, because if he wins it against Gavin Carlin, he will be at the top of the table, and there's nothing anybody could do about it before the end of Thursday. And as far as percentages are concerned of where he needs to be to progress to Saturday night, I would say he's more than halfway there already if he wins this game. If he doesn't, he's probably just under 50% potentially. It's a ropey position, 12 points if you can get them. 14, you're going to make it.
Yeah. Yeah, we say 10 points on a Thursday and Friday night. 12 points, you're right on the cusp, aren't you? Other result, it can be ample.
First
you can win it with 12 points if the other results. And it's got that feeling of a group. Well, it's shown that a lot of people early on were producing surprising results.
Now, what Arron needs in this game is the same as what we've seen in his previous 2 performances. Control, poise,
45,
execution. What he doesn't need is what he did in his last game yesterday, which was to somewhat fall off a cliff form-wise.
Capitulate.
44.
You know, like those desserts you get in fancy restaurants where they pour the hot chocolate over the chocolate dome and it just goes bleh.
Yeah.
That's what he doesn't need to do. He needs to be as rigid as an overcooked pistachio cake.
Yeah, he needs to be ruthless, doesn't he? And it's just staying in control of his emotions. He's going to have to come through several little moments in this one. Be aware that Gavin Carlin will not be any kind of pushover.
It's a fascinating game from the point of view that if Monk wins, he will create 60. A 6-point gap between himself and Carlin. But if Carlin wins, there will be 2 points between them going into tomorrow when they will play in round 1. So there is a possibility that Carlin could be on the same points as Arron at around about 10:45 tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well, Monday it was a really tight affair, and Arron edged out Gavin 4-3. A bit more comfortable Tuesday 4-2, but it was a 4-1 win 55. For Carlin on Wednesday. So Arron won't be going to this one with blinkers on.
When you play people day in, day out throughout the course of a weekly campaign, you start to figure out some of their tells, their likelihoods, the kind of things they like to go for, their strengths and their weaknesses. And These two will know a lot about each other now.
127. Gavin, you require
You know,
124.
rarely seen double 17. This is going to be the second time in a day we're going to see someone go at it.
Yeah, I think Monkey's been hanging around Simon Whitlock because he tends to leave double 17 too much as well.
More than anybody else, statistically.
56. Arron, you
He's
require
played well in the
34.
slam. It's good to see.
Yeah. He'll never go away. Simon Whitlock might be
Yeah,
eternal.
that's game short
But there
in
it
the
is, a
first
double
half.
17.
Arron Monk.
Starts us off with a 19 darter.
Going to do something that...
That's why we have referees.
Second lag, it's Gavin to throw first. Game on.
I knew it was Gavin to throw first. I was just waiting for the reaction. Sometimes when you do that, you think, oh, sorry.
But that just shows that Arron's in the zone, doesn't it?
140.
He's switched on.
One thing he should be able to do, and indeed all of these players should be able to do, because if they're playing lots of independent tournaments away from this, is they should be playing for 4, 5, 6, even 7+ hours in trying to win these local events, because there's a lot of participants and they take a long time.
Yeah.
59.
What do you think Arron would be happy with at this time next year? Say 12 months from now,
84.
if Arron was in a certain place, what would make him happy with where his game is at?
I think to certainly win a weekly version of one of these, and potentially, I think for him it would give him some of that real confidence, that genuine confidence, and first hand, and doing it under pressure, and you know, getting through the
100.
moments and
Arron, you
getting through
require
them well.
164.
And that may sort of kickstart him, maybe having another, not a fully committed go, but certainly having a
Gavin, you
bit more
require
ambition.
97.
Let's see what Gavin can do in this hold attempt on 97. He chose not to go double-double,
57.
which I'm sure
Arron, you
Arron
require
would have done in that
68.
spot. But no double-double needed here on 68. Just double.
48.
And throughout this
Gavin,
leg
you
so far,
require
even though he could have been
40.
2-0 up, he's had a lot of darts short of the target by a good centimetre to a centimetre and a half.
That's one of many things. Could be release point a little
Yeah,
short.
that's game short. Then a second
Could
line.
be holding
Gavin
the dart
Carlin.
a little too tight. It could be down to those ample triceps.
Third lag, it's Arron the
And
throw
they
first.
used to be more ample
Game
than
on.
they are right now,
Yeah.
because he was heavily into training and boxing and things like that. And at a time, he was thinking about going into the ring and
59.
Yeah, he was-
competing.
Yeah, he was going to fight. He's actually had a good year or so out of the ring and out of the gym.
60.
He's gone back training again now, but a different type of training.
Any idea what type of training he's doing?
Well, I think it's, from what I can gather, it's
100.
getting his diet right, but it's a lot more, I think it's a lot more focused type training, so not as much weight and low rep to build, but
44.
conditioning to high volume.
That's the kind of training that a dart player will see benefits from. It's very, very difficult because there's no specific darts
54.
related regimen out there.
For me, it would be yoga, swimming, hill walking.
I think resistance bands
Resistance
for any
bands,
sort of
yeah.
83.
resistance, because it works the small muscles around the very big joints.
And they're the ones that get tired.
Correct.
58.
Now, you mentioned where Arron could be in a year and what would make him happy. One statistic that really glares for me to date. Now,
58.
it's the 17th of November 2022, and in February of 2021, Arron was involved in this on the first week when we were in Southampton. In all of that time, he has not won a weekly title.
85.
He's won multiple groups, particularly a couple of Group A campaigns
96. Arron,
But
you
in
require
167 matches that
145.
he's had in the last couple of years, he's not won a weekly title. He's only come second once. That, for me, for his talent, has come up short.
Yeah.
96. Gavin, you require 160.
Yeah, that's just not a return I would have anticipated hearing.
$57.
Playing
Arron,
an
you require
He's playing an
49.
opponent in this game who's not even had 100 games, but he has a weekly title.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's game
And
short in the
it
third
comes
line.
down to
Arron Monk.
that very apt saying that hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work
Forward
hard. You
Larkins,
know,
Gavin the throw first.
it's all
Game
about
on.
you can have all the talent in the world if you don't put yourself out and you're not committed. In a roundabout way, yes, you'll win things. Yes, you could win tournaments, but where it catches you out is when it really matters. It's almost like karma, isn't it? It just sort of finds
57.
you get found out ultimately.
You may be the fastest person in the world. You may be playing the second fastest in the world, but you still have to have a little bit of patience. And it's not about when you're throwing, it's about when you're not throwing. I always say that darts is a game of two halves, very much like football, but a very
100.
different type of two halves. One half is when you're throwing, the other half is when you're not throwing. You have to master two disciplines. I think Arron has the talent
96.
on the throwing side, but when he's not throwing, that is an art he has not mastered yet.
140.
Again, it's the type of practice as well, and the preparation, all the P's.
I like this though.
133.
Trying to trim off that 171 to leave the two darter. That was the perfect play. Now, 138, he should stay on the 19s.
138.
Well, he's just had 3 darts down there and hit 2 of them. We've seen a 138, didn't we, from Gavin
98.
Carlin.
Gavin, you require
57,
104.
57, 24.
And that was really pure as well. No deflections at all. He could use a little deflection off that dart into the 54 here, which would give him a shot at double 16. But he's gone for 60 for double 13, and he's gone on to the double 4. A great attempt.
Arron, you require 40. Yeah, that's game short.
Danger now for Carlin.
Arron Monk.
He goes 3-1 down, and Monk is now 1 leg away from finishing his campaign for the day.
Fifth flag.
Still not sure who the throw is.
Game on.
He is so lost in this game, it's as if somebody has taken his compass and thrown it into the sun.
Well, he was very much like that last time out against Nathan Girvin. You could see him, he's just not. I think it's down to his focus. He's focusing on the game, not whose throw it is.
He's a bit like a kitten looking at themselves in the mirror. Is it me?
Yeah.
Well, he's just done a really good Usain Bolt act of taking that dart out of the board because it was dangling there. If he'd have left it, it may have fallen to the floor and cost him 60 points. So maybe some of that conditioning work has paid off already.
53.
Yeah.
Beautiful. 177.
Absolutely stunning visit. No, it's not a 180, but it just looks better.
It deserves the same respect. You don't see many 171s with 3 different trebles, though. That's my favourite. It's called the White Horse.
24.
Yeah, that's in cricket, isn't it?
Yeah. You get the treble 19, the treble 20, and the treble 18. And if you're playing on an electronic board,
it comes up, doesn't it?
It comes up White Horse. And I remember our colleague Mark Webster, first
57.
time he ever saw one, when he played in Super Darts in Hong Kong, I believe, and he was fully on board. I think he even did the White Horse dance.
$29.
That did not go to plan for Carlin. Now Monk's got 6 darts from here. And when you state it like this, turning a 94 finish, it sounds easy. But when you've played 4 3/4 matches and you've thrown thousands of darts today, it feels anything but easy. In fact, he's quite fortunate to leave a finish at all.
Arron, you require 164.
you can see that after 3.9 days of darts, he's starting to flag a little bit. You get the feeling he's going to sleep well tonight. But he'll sleep better if he knows he's got 8 points in the bank.
140.
He's put himself on the cusp
Gavin,
of
you
it.
require 85. Yeah,
But he
that's
has
game
an
short of
issue
the
because
fifth
that
flag.
85
Gavin
out for Carlin has broken his throat. And you sense that maybe we are going the distance again, which we have done plenty of times today, in fact.
Game on.
And in the first 6 games, we saw 5 4-1s and a 4-0. Since then, we've had 5 4-3s.
85.
Didn't see that coming. Here's some sayings that you may or
60.
not know about a black eye. 2 bullseyes.
So Martyn Adams knows about that one
45.
with his 1-3-2 from last week.
One I've heard before, but you don't hear it very often.
180.
And I don't get the terminology really, but a champagne breakfast. Treble 20, treble 5, treble 1.
Yeah, it's almost as if that was made up and just inherited without any sort of credence.
53.
We somewhat called the champagne shot, was it 1-3-2?
Yeah.
2 bullseyes and double 16?
Yeah.
66.
1-2-5's Hollywood.
Yep.
Bull 25 bull. Don't know why. It just has become ubiquitous. Well, 68 isn't left by Monk. That's what he was hoping for as a result of dart 3. What Gavin is hoping for is 1-3-3.
126. And
Well,
you require
he
108.
got that wrong. Very wrong. Doesn't matter.
76.
Oh, now it does.
Wow.
Gavin, you require 39.
A level game.
Well, he had 51 with the last start in hand. Single 19 would have left double 16. He's gone for a 12. I don't know what he was thinking. But he's found 39 anyway, courtesy of that mismatched dart by Arron, and we are going the distance for a 6th time today.
7th and final arc. It's Arron the throw first. Game on.
Maybe he thought he was on 41. He's gone for
Yeah.
a 9 and shanked it into the 12.
91.
He got the approach right, 165. He's looking for the 133 to lead double 16. So obviously that was in his mind. He's at some point just got a bit muddled.
Yeah.
59.
Big shout to our referee today, Marco Meyer, doing a fabulous job. Not an easy job either. Refereeing 15 games in the morning session. He will do 10 tonight and then the same for our double session on Friday as well.
32.
Yeah, 59 matches in 2.5 days. Welcome back, Marco. Straight in at the deep end.
140.
These referees live in the deep end. That's how they love it.
Solid leg from Arron here.
Yeah, this is what you ask for when you've got the darts.
In the decider.
Absolutely
60.
right.
60. Arron, you require
Just
130.
suffocate them with really good stuff. Don't even have to go 60 bull. Just line it up
90.
after 12. The ultimate professional leg.
Yeah, tops after 12 in a decider. You would take all day long. The
125.
perfect 6, the 180 followed by the 170.
Yeah, we've only seen that twice in the last couple of years. We're not going to see it here. But what we have seen is a professional 15 darter from Arron, which means that he will top the table at the end of the day. No one is going to usurp his 8 points, and he will finish on a leg difference of +3 as well, with a really good display. He was tested there, but just like the rest of Thursday morning and afternoon, he showed that he has got some focus. He needed all of it, and he used it really, really well. As for Painter and Turner, they will finish their campaign for Thursday after this short break.
Welcome back to the Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Arron Monk has just rounded off his first day in Group C with his 4th win from 5 coming through in a last leg decider. And after losing his opening match of the day, he's really been one of the standout performers here, hasn't he? A slight dip towards the back end, but understandable on the 4th day of action here at the Super Series. But the way he's gone about his business, really impressive today. Gav did do well to force that last leg decider in that match, but with the darts, a really solid end to the day from Monk. 50% checkout success in that match in the end. Gav Carlin not disappointing in that department either. 75% checkout success for him in that one. So then our penultimate match of this session, it does see Kev Painter take on Martyn Turner in this one. Painter, of course, beat Wood a little bit earlier on. There we can see him pinning the winning dart to do just that. But he'll probably be quite disappointed with how today has panned out, especially given how well he performed in that opening game of today's session. But he did still have the chance to end with 3 wins from 5. These two players have met twice before on the Players' Championship and on the Euro Tour circuit, and it is 1 apiece in that particular head-to-head. So then, who will pick up the 2 points in this one? Let's hand back to our commentary team and find out.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. And with all of the players left to play today on 4 points, we have very important matches on our hands. So for instance, you've got Painter against Turner now. The winner of this one will finish the day on 6 points, and the winner of Girvin and Wood will finish on 6, meaning that the losers of this game and the next will be in 4th and 5th position going into Friday. Now, a reminder for everybody just tuning in that you need to be in the top 2 around about this stage tomorrow, maybe a little bit later, and you will have safe passage to Saturday, somewhere where Martyn has not found previously in his previous
it's Kevin to throw
visit
first.
here to the MODUS Super Series. But Kevin's been there 3 times, and he's got a score to settle with Saturdays, because all he's managed to do is make the Saturday and not the semi-finals on that Saturday.
I'm keen to change that this week. He's had a good year. He played some great stuff
85.
in the seniors, didn't he? In the several events he played in.
I've got to ask you as well, because you've been part of the
36.
initial year of the seniors project. It's been great to watch, great to see Dave Cameron win, and obviously Rob Thornton.
Everybody came through the qualifier and win, didn't he? And
100.
And Robert Thornton winning the World Seniors Championships and then backing that up with a match play win, wasn't it?
How do you think Kevin felt when he gets his first maximum of this match? Hopefully not the last. How do you think he felt when he beat Phil Taylor on the circus stage? Because after, what was it, 18 years of thinking about that defeat, do you think it was just, a little bit of weight off the shoulders?
Well,
140.
you could actually tell, because the anxiety was there. You could feel he was certainly playing the better darts of the two, but he was still
19.
in that I'm playing Phil Taylor zone.
45.
But he did eventually get over the line and was fairly dominant.
13.
I think he would like to have
Martin, you require 157.
kicked on a little bit more this year, but now, of course, there's more things on their offering now. There is that seniors. I think
40.
there's
Gavin,
still
a
a massive amount of improvements to be made, especially the way
that's
the ranking system is going to work.
Gavin
because if you're in the TV events, you still want to play on the tour.
Second leg is Martyn
they've got to make that
first.
tour lucrative enough to attract the older players and the players who are already playing in the TV events. You know, it was offered to me, and I said, no, I'll do the tour
40.
for a year. As it worked out, we obviously relocated, our workloads changed in terms of this, and TV events started returning, and the radio we do as well. So I was limited with what time I had to offer. So when it was offered to me up to me for next year, I thought, well, you know, I've tried to play in the
45.
events. just not feasible.
Going into year 2 of the World Seniors Championship as well, how much of a factor is it for the players who are vying for that trophy, that trophy is just so magnificent?
Oh, it's incredible, isn't it?
I mean, the financial rewards are there for winning it, as Robert Thornton will testify to, but if I were going for that title, it would be because I want that trophy.
134.
Listen, you've got to understand what it stands for now in that part of your career. But, you know, as other older players who we may not have seen first time around start to establish yourself. Put it this way, I think the senior darts players are far superior to the senior snooker players. I think the quality is better, and it will improve because there's players on that tour that have yet to qualify for a TV tournament
64
that can still play at a seriously high level. It's just trying to qualify, and as the ranking system evolves and we get an established top 32 players of 50 and over, you'll see the quality go even higher. Think of the players like Simon Whitlock, over 50. Steve Beaton, over 50. Gary Anderson, Peter Wright. You know, players over 50 can still play at a super level because they prove that all the time.
Absolutely right.
John Henderson, Scott Mitchell. You know, there's a long list of players of 50 and over that will add to that tour, and I think it could. Well, it's going to get even more credibility.
131.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
The tickets are absolutely well. Friday night's already sold out. You can get your tickets via www.dartshop.tv. It's
85.
the first weekend of February, or the second weekend of February. We'll find out now.
Yeah, it's the 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th of February.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Get your tickets, get involved. It's at the legendary Circus Tavern. My pal here has some great memories from there. He won the Players' Championship finals, of course, there, which is on next weekend.
95.
Yes, it is. Might even have my banner up at Minehead. Oh, they don't do banners at Minehead, do they? They just did it that year at Coventry, that was a nice rush.
Yeah, I bet. Wow.
125. Gavin, you require 105.
Tell you what is a good rush. Going 3-0 up. Oh. He's not going to do 5 bull.
Not going to do an Arron.
Told you.
I do like 65. That way because the 25 gives you the option of tops.
Martyn, you require
Again,
56.
It's evolutionary thinking. He wouldn't have done that 15 years ago. In fact, I don't think he would have done that 3 years ago.
No, I like treble 19.
Gavin, you require 40.
16 for double 16.
So do I.
All in the same area.
Correct.
All similar heights.
20.
Oh, Kevin.
Martyn, you require
He will
10.
despise that last dart.
Well, as soon as it comes out your hand, you know, don't you?
Yeah, you just got to give it the customary ugh. Ooh. That one got a wicked deflection off the previous flight.
No score.
And there you see what happened.
Well, you can see what he was
20.
left with.
Scraps. Is Kevin going to show him how it's done on 5s?
Yeah, that's
yes, he does.
3-0 up. Gavin Painter.
Let's look at the leg difference situation for these two.
Forward like it's Martyn
it's
plus first.
3
Game on.
For Martyn Turner right now. Painter's on all square. So if he can get this done by 4 legs to 1, he will reverse
100.
Well, no, I wanted to ask you because the last time I seen you, you were off to do the Winmore launch, weren't you? Was it the Winmore launch?
Indeed.
Of their new products and
97.
What was it like?
Rather exciting. And you can see that launch video on YouTube, actually. And we called it
57.
Walking in and seeing all those products on the table was like a kid in a candy store.
Yeah.
Just want to pick up everything and try it all. But there were some things that...
Was there some sort of new inventions and...
Well, one thing
67.
I can say is that there are some new inventions in the pipeline which next year are going to change everybody's thinking. There are two different types of changes when it comes to engineering
100.
and tech. Evolutionary and revolutionary. For me, this year is evolutionary. There have been some great evolutionary products, but next year, revolutionary.
Well, manufacturing is changing all the time with the 3D printing and everything else, so I can only imagine.
135.
Well,
Gavin, you require
look at the evolution of the
157.
dartboard, the Blade 6 triple core carbon over the last year or so, and it is an unbelievable board. This is the same board that was put up this morning. It's not been turned. It's the same board that went up before a dart was thrown this morning.
97.
It's taken a hammering.
Yeah.
Martyn, you
This is
require
match 14.
109.
And this is hopefully Martyn Turner getting his first leg of the contest. He's not going to get it. Painter might get a 4-0.
Huge
41.
in terms of his leg difference.
Gavin, you
Or
require
as they say in
60.
Norfolk, huge. That's a nod to my friend Darren Webster.
Who's not huge.
He doesn't queue for anything.
40. Martyn,
'Cause you
you
can't see a
require
queue.
68.
We love you, Darren. And we know you're watching. Oh, what have you done, Martyn? What have you done?
And Kevin's got a confused look on his face.
21.
I think he was going for single
Gavin, you
16 to lead
require
double 18 and he
20.
just missed the target by a good inch. Kevin's on 5s again. Was good here last time,
15.
but not this time. That was a
Martyn, you
tired dart.
require 47.
What has been a pretty decent display on the scoring aspect, at least.
Yeah, fatigue will begin to play its part in these
33.
last couple of matches.
Gavin, you require 5.
This was a really good performance. Painter was well into the 90s
No
in
score.
the averages.
Martyn, you
This leg
require
is
14.
21 darts old.
I bet he wishes he was 21 again.
I don't
No score.
want to go through that
Gavin, you
again.
require 5.
Actually, you're right. I'll stick with 43 if you don't mind. He's got the one this time. Has he got Desmond? Oh, that was a great try.
And you're 43, another
Martyn, you
7
require
years. Imagine what the
14.
World Seniors is going to be like then.
We shall see.
Yeah,
There's the same amount of money in that there is in the
Martyn
seniors
Turner.
golf.
Well, just look at the likes of Martyn
Fifth
Adams
flag, it's
in his
Gavin to throw
mid-60s. Look at
first.
Bernard
Game
Langer.
on.
Mid-60s, still winning tournaments in the PGA Champions Tour.
100.
Absolutely incredible. And isn't that a testament to the way that sports people over the age of 50 have conditioned themselves to be elite?
Well, it's never too late. The body is incredible at how it can recover, and it is. It's never too late to take
59.
a different look. And you think of the evolution of golf when you go back years ago, where they were all known to smoke and they would drink whilst playing.
97.
And now with the sports science and nutrition, that's why a lot of sportsmen now. You look at footballers; they go on a lot longer. Boxers go on a
60.
lot longer. And most certainly golfers, the longevity. I was watching some of that Champions Tour golf the other day, and you wouldn't know that some of them were in their late 50s, the way they still had so much flexibility and power over the ball.
And of course, when you do turn 50, you feel like a kid because you're the youngest on tour.
Yeah.
So it's a new lease on life
140.
mentally and even tactically. You can say, well, I'm one of the kids. That's what happened to Colin Montgomery, and it's happening to Porrick Harrington
81.
right now, who's having
Gavin, you
a
require
phenomenal season.
142.
Very much how I felt when I went to the first sort of seniors tour weekend. You know, because of sort of the last 5 years or so,
65.
I've sort of really changed my life around in terms of how I see myself physically and health-wise. I did feel like a spring chicken, but I was the only one there
Gavin,
that
you
could run
require
a
77.
5K in sub 30 minutes.
Well, this is the John Part double top. This is how he won. the 2003
57.
world title.
Martyn, you require 92.
Pick another one back.
Well, that's a 7, which leaves 85. He's really struggled in this game, has Martyn.
41.
That
Gavin,
arm is
you
probably
require
feeling very
20.
heavy right now. Painter just wants to get it done. Oh, look, he's double 5 again.
Game,
And this time he
shot,
does find it.
and a match.
And a
Gavin
vital
Painter.
4-1 victory, which flips their leg difference around and now puts Painter on 6 points. He had an unbelievable start to the day, then a bit of a lull, but he won his last 2 games of the day to definitely put himself in the mix for Friday. Martyn Turner's got a bit more to do, and they will face each other in their first match tomorrow. We do have one more match for you in Thursday's session here in Group C, and Nathan Girvin is about to take on Tony Wood in match 15.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Kevin Painter has just rounded off his opening day here in Group C with a 4-1 victory, ending the day much like he started it, with a largely controlled and dominant performance, not quite doing the same numbers in that one. And you could say quite a few more darts missed at the outer ring in that match, 18 in total from the artist in that one, but Martyn Turner unable to take advantage of that. He was just 1 out of 12 on the outer ring himself, but despite a bit of a dip in the middle of the day from Kevin Painter, he ends the day just 2 points behind Arron Monk following that 4-1 victory over Martyn Turner. Nothing too impressive with the averages in that one, just shy of 79 from Painter, 2 180s in there as well, but his doubling stats really dragging that average low, despite some really impressive scoring at times from Painter in that one. So our last match then of this afternoon's session, it does see Nathan Girvan taking on Tony Wood, the debutant Wood, looking of course for his 3rd win of the day, as is Nathan Girvan. The winner of this one will end the day on 6 points and leave themselves in a very healthy position going into tomorrow's session. Tony will be largely pleased with his performances on his opening day. He did put in that 95 average in his opening game. His level has dipped quite a bit since then, but he has still been able to pick up those 2 wins. So then, which one of these will end their day on 6 points? Let's hand back over to Mason Nico to find out.
As Nathan graces the stage for the final time here on Thursday. As I say, it's time to empty the tank for the day to see what you can do for your challenge for tomorrow. And in these 2-day groups, it's really important to put yourself in the mix. Now, as it stands, you've got Arron Monk on 8 points and Kevin Painter on 6. You've got 3 players on 4, but one of those players on 4 points can do nothing about it. These two, the other 2 on 4 points, can. Here's the 55-year-old who currently resides in Gateshead. And he's up against someone 35 years his junior. You sense that if they are to make it through this group, maybe this is one of those games they have to win.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I don't think the loser of this one, just by nature of this group of players,
game on.
Whoever loses would pretty much have to go through the card tomorrow to secure a top 2 spot. I think
83.
I think Nathan has the ability to do that, but I don't think he's in the kind of form to produce a 5 out of 5.
The one thing that Girvin has that
60.
Tony Wood does not is the experience of this week of playing a 5th match.
Yeah. And of course, he's younger, he's fresher. He won't be fatigued one bit. He could play another 5.
115.
You want to go and ask him if he wants to play another 5?
No.
You know what it feels like when you're playing your 5th game of the day.
Especially on the Friday, I was just done.
44.
Literally nothing left in the tank at all.
So far, so good for Nathan, who decided not to go 19s first. And you may ask why, because 9 times out of 10, someone will go 19s first with 303 points left. But because Tony was on 397, good 2 trebles behind,
99.
he just wanted to focus on his primary target, which I am fully behind.
Absolutely. You can only overcomplicate the situation by
140.
You've then got the dilemma, do I go for the shot, don't I go for the shot? And then you start moving around the board unnecessarily.
It's the same as standing on a par 5 and taking a 3-iron off the tee.
99.
You've already
Making
exercised
you
the decision that
42.
you're going to get there in 3 shots. You are not going to go for the green in 2. That's exactly what Nathan was doing. I think from a board management perspective,
10.
that's as good as we've seen from him this week.
Yeah. It's another thing that I try to drum into him. It's a tough enough game. Don't complicate it. Be aware of your surroundings. Be aware of what your opponent's on.
97.
Don't worry about what he's doing.
Nathan, you require 32.
Be aware of what score he's got left.
Be aware that you've got 32 left. And that
No
Tony
score.
Wood's got 70 more and can
Tony,
take
you
it out.
require 102.
I mean, they were all on the money, weren't they? Just didn't quite make that smallest of adjustments. He should go 42. And I thought he was going to go ball.
62.
He did that a little
Nathan,
bit
you
earlier.
require 32.
Come on, Nate. There'd be no Christmas dinner. Yeah. Tesco value meal for one.
It's like dinner date.
16.
It looks like he's getting
Tony,
the frozen
you require
lasagna
40.
as opposed to the 3-course dinner.
Yeah, the cheapest one I can find as well.
Double 10. Had a few misses outside that double 10 by a good considerable
that
distance,
seems
but
short
not on
in the
this
first
occasion.
leg. Tony Wood.
And that's the pomodoro sauce on top of the lasagna, isn't it?
Second
Very,
leg,
very
it's
tasty
Tony
for
to throw
Tony,
first.
but very
Game
bitter
on.
for Nathan.
It's a double blow, isn't it? Because it's a breaker throw. And you don't want to give Tony too much confidence. You've got to, even what we've seen so far of him today, you've got to just stay on top.
140.
Got to dominate him. If you get embroiled in a scruffy game, he's been coming out on top in those.
180.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of vigour in that one. This is a boxing match. You would say that Tony is just trying to dodge punches and then look for one opening.
81.
Whereas Nathan is landing a lot of jabs, but he's not able to put his opponent away. That's a very young hairstyle, isn't it?
43.
We wouldn't get away with that now.
No. Oh, God, no.
Looks like Morrissey. That's a compliment. But I actually likened him to the singers from Mumford and Sons with that haircut. It's all fringe. There's nothing at the back and all party at the front. It's like a reverse
56.
mullet.
Even he's all fur coat and no knickers at the moment, isn't he? Don't know about fringe.
140.
Oh, yeah, again, Alagi's dominating in the scoring department. He's had 5 scorers of a ton or more. 2 between a ton and 139, 2 140s and a 180.
94.
Only Wood
Later you
has had
require
1 score of a
138.
ton or more in the whole match.
And he's lurking. Again. Just waiting for that opening. And it wouldn't shock me if he
38.
was to
Tony, you
miss the
require
bull on this
130.
combination and just give Nathan that scare that he doesn't want to have.
Agreed.
Well, what do you know?
Yeah,
He's only
that's
gone
game
and
short
taken
of the
it.
second lag.
That is
Tony Wood.
classic lurking. I'm going to hang around and leave finishes, and if you can't take them
Third
out or
lag is Nathan
indeed get a
through
shot at
first.
100,
Game on.
I'll take my chances. It's 2-0.
We've got Wading. That was Wooding.
42.
I think you would very much appreciate that. Because when you have your own saying, you've made it. He's got his own shirt. Well, one of them.
He's been doing it all day, hasn't he?
125.
Even when he's lost, he's just making it as difficult as possible. And you know, you'll be aware of the numbers being put in by Tony, and you'll be aware that I should be winning these games. And more often than not, they're the hard ones to win. Not only you just trying to win for points, but you just know, I should win this game. What am I doing?
Well, this was happening earlier.
22.
He's had a 2, a 3, and he didn't want to do it again, but in those moments you see a lot of cowardly dart players going for cover downstairs because they'd much rather score 9 or 5 than 3. I know I would.
Hands raised over here.
This is a good recovery here from Tony, who's still got that steely focus.
Well, you can tell he's been playing a lot of darts of late.
He's actually got on that red collar of that dart shirt the words 9 darter and a date. No prizes for guessing who hit it.
Yeah, that was on the... Was that on the ADC this year?
I think it might have been. Oh, that's brilliant. His first 180 of the contest, and he's making this last game of the day a bit of a nightmare for Nathan. Welcome to Elm Street, Nathan.
128.
Good thinking.
Tony, you
Great
require
thinking.
76.
And he was the 3 to 10 favourite for this, Nathan. 12 to 5, Tony Wood. Making a mockery of those odds at the moment.
I bet he's not 12 to 5 anymore. Double top.
Yeah, that's
And that is really clean for a 3-0 lead. He's not making much in the way of mistakes. He's delivered 51 darts for those first 3 legs. That is a very competent standard for a game 15 match.
Well, he's now 10 to 1 on. 6 to 1 about Nathan, and he's looking a rather disgruntled figure 81. At the back of the stage. He's only averaging 88, Tony Wood. But the last 2 legs, he was averaging 100 across
40.
The 2 of them, weren't they? Were back-to-back 15s.
You get the feeling that maybe there's a bit of tiredness in the legs and the head maybe of Girvin now, and a little less rigidity in the arm when he's delivering the shots.
140.
Yeah, I think he's just having a look there just to try and generate a little bit of anger, which creates
60.
focus, then can also create tension.
Yeah, it's a fine balance. But you have to commend Tony Wood and the way he's playing.
Absolutely, this is outstanding.
He hit a lot of his 95 average in game 3, and since then, Abby mentioned it, before this game began, he did have a lull, and he was able to create enough opportunities to get one more win, but this is someone who is taking control of this match.
Yeah, he's owned it since the mistakes in the opening leg where Nathan had 8 darts at a double.
100.
He's now on course for 3 consecutive 5-visit legs.
100. Tony, you requiring 57.
Only one more job to do. And if he hits it, his leg difference is going to improve to +5. And his points have improved to 6. All of a sudden, he is in 2nd position going into tomorrow. So when it comes to Friday morning, he will take on Nathan Girvin in the very first match. And if he was to beat him again, he would join Arron Monk on 8 points. That was a really good day for Tony Wood. And that game was really good as well. 92.49. A really good, a 2nd best average of the day. That 130 checkout was a hammer blow to Scotland's Girvin, who didn't have much fun at all in his 5th match of the day. He's behind the 8 ball. But when it comes to Friday, he will try once again to get himself into the top 2. That's the end of Thursday's Group C action. We will have more action for you in Group B a little bit later. But before we do that, we're going to have a short word with Chris Mason and Abby Davis just to go through what we've seen in Group C today. Over to you guys up on the gantry.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Nico. A really impressive performance there from Tony Wood. But at times in that final match, it reminded me of Tuesday afternoon and that match with Colin Osborne and Nathan Girvan, where Nathan really could have taken control of that, had the opportunities to, didn't, and then was punished and really started to feel like he was on the back foot.
Yeah, it was the missed darts in the opening leg, and the experience there of Tony really did tell its own story. And once he nicked that first leg, he only used 44 darts to win the final 3 legs of the match. So he's averaging 102, 103. The doubling was immaculate. The 130 on the ball was, you know, another game-changing moment in the match, and a more than a deserved winner. I thought he was brilliant.
Absolutely, he was. But for Nathan, really disappointing. And the real source of frustration, I guess, is that at the end of days, every day this week, he's really tailed off quite noticeably. An average below 68 yesterday in his final game. So that's something that's certainly going to need to improve tomorrow. Yeah,
and only 77 in that one. And that's, yeah, there's something to look at. There's something not quite right about him this week, whether it is that, you know, he is focused on next week or his mind's somewhere else. But yeah, you know, he's just got to have a word with himself and dust himself down, pick himself up and go again tomorrow. He's, you know, I think it's a big ask from 4 points to try and finish in the top 2. He's not quite cut himself adrift, but a massive amount of work to do tomorrow. And this is what's proven to be a really tough group.
Yeah, we can take a look at the league table then, and it is Arron Monk who leads the way. Someone, you mentioned players' minds not being in it. Arron Monk's today most certainly has. Is this one of the best days you've seen from him? Not necessarily the darts, but his mindset.
Yeah, I think he's been brilliant. He's knuckled down. He had a good sleep last night. He looked fresh this morning, and he fancied the job. And there's been, you know, none of the kind of disappointment that he shows to the opponent today. He kept his emotions in check, and he's done well. Tony Wood there up on 6 points ahead of Kevin Painter. Probably not too many people have called that before the off. And as I said, Martyn and Nathan they're still in the mix mathematically, but the top 3 are going to be tough to catch tomorrow, because, you know, that's day 5 for Nathan and Gavin. And I'd be saying the same thing about Arron, but when you're on the top of the table, you want to, you know, you feel good about it. You're on top. You feel like, right, I'm the one to catch. And he could kick on tomorrow and really stretch his legs and pick up a few early wins and it's job done.
Yeah, and you feel like the race is probably run now for Gav Carlin in particular, don't you? But we can have a look. We have, of course, got one more session to bring you today. It is Group B that gets underway tonight, and we can take a look. We've got Jelle Klaassen back in action. He's going to be incredibly exciting. Some of his 3 figure-out shots this week have been absolutely phenomenal, haven't they?
Yeah, and he's got better and better each day, hasn't he? He's sort of warmed to the task, where we're seeing the opposite from Nathan, I suppose you could say. But yeah, tonight looks exciting. The return of Conan Whitehead, who was Series 1 champion just a couple of weeks ago. He's going to be tough to beat. Daryl Pilgrim as well. Yeah, really looking forward to tonight's session, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and when you look at the likes of Dan Reed, who has managed to force his way into Group B with some phenomenal performances on days 2 and 3, the reason I'm laughing is because it's not really a reward, is it, getting to play in Group B tonight, because it is so littered with talent. You really can't pick 3 players to come out of that.
No, you wouldn't have your last pound on 3 players to come out of the group, and literally any combination of the 3 wouldn't surprise me.
Indeed. Right then, that gets underway from 10 p.m. this evening. We look forward to seeing you then on Sporty Stuff TV and, of course, the MODUS YouTube channel. We'll see you at 10 p.m.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.